Yo, Tofu, what's going on? What up, dude? I gotta go find my shirt. Hold on. I left it somewhere. All right, sorry. I had to go upstairs and get a new shirt because I forgot that the shirt I grabbed when I woke up was the shirt that every single time I put this shirt on, it I look down and I'm like, God, this shirt's short. It's like we shrunk it because we like I don't know, washed it on hot or something. And either way, it's like it was short compared to all my other short shirts. And I'm like, I hate this. And every time I put it on, it's like, fuck, this is short. And then the wife doesn't want to donate it until it's washed after I put it on. So I put it on, I looked down and I said, fuck. She's like, what? I was like, it's short. She's like, just take it off now before I have to wash it. So I took it off and then I forgot to go get another shirt. So I had to go get a new shirt. But bro, this character is fucking hideous, Dig. Fucking hideous. And what's funny thing is I tried to mellow out this character so much. Like it had spikes and really pointy, like weird ears, and like I don't know, I don't know. It reminded me of just a straight up alien. So I tried to smooth it out. I tried to like I pulled the ears back so you don't notice them as much. Like try to make it look more human like, but it's still fucking hideous as all hell. You destroyed the ring. Let's go. That's huge. That's cool. I'm curious on the parts past that. Do you know or I mean obviously you'll find out. I'm wondering if they did some of the prequel stuff past that point, right? But that's kind of cool. I want to watch this video.
There is not a single person on the planet that loves their job more than this police officer.
Let's get it! No one running right now.
The cop's just screaming, and of course now I'm gonna have to freaking go in and take out the audio for that because of the music playing in the background. But that is hilarious. The cop is just fucking. Ooh, that would be me. 100%. Oh, we on a foot chase? Alright, bro. I got you. That was funny as fuck. Oh, was he? I didn't realize it at first because the cop was yelling. The second the cop stopped yelling, I could faintly hear it, and that's why I muted it. But it just means I'm gonna have to mute the in the VOD. I'll have to mute the sound. It honestly, do you know how many times I have to do that after stream? It'll pop up and say, "Hey, there's a possible copyright thing," and I have to go through and I have to mute all the, the points that have like music in it and stuff. It's really irritating. So funny though. Oh man, bro, I was so pissed on Sunday because I really wanted to stream. I was so pissed. I get down here and I saw that Eidolon was frozen. I was like, oh, so I have to close Eidolon. Okay. So I close Eidolon and I'm like, oh, well, since everything's already closed, why don't I just reboot my computer? Because I haven't done it in like 1 or 2 months. So I was going to shut it down, let the computer like idle for a couple minutes and then turn it back on. So it just gets a minute of break, right? Clear out cache and stuff. And said there was an update. All right, sure, whatever. Update and shut down. Biggest mistake. Because I think what happened was, I think since Eidolon was frozen when I closed it, because it was frozen, so I closed it. And I think it didn't fully close, but the computer didn't know that it was still like kind of partially like hung. That it corrupted the master file of the drive, because it was my Steam drive, when it rebooted. And that game was stuck open. So it had to repair that drive. And it couldn't repair the drive. Oh yeah, this is a identify the whole area thing. Yeah, so it did the scan, and then it did the repair. But the repair, I'm not even exaggerating, Tover. I went and laid down at 10 o'clock in the morning, and it was still at 40%. I woke up that night at like 5, right? Because I had to work. And my computer was off. I was like, oh, so it finally finished its repair. Here's the thing, though. Is it didn't truly take that long. There was just certain parts that were going very slow. So it was like up until about 15%. It was good until about 15%. That took like 5 minutes. At 15%, it completely halted till about 21%. And that took about 6 hours to do that 6%. And then it jumped from 21% to like 29% to like 30%. And then it slowed down a little bit. And then it jumped to 40%. And it chilled. So after that, it probably went really fast after I went to sleep at a certain point. But anyway, I saw it was off. So I was like, all right, cool. I'll turn it back. I turned it back on. And as it was booting up, it says scanning and repairing. I was like, fuck. So I walked away, went upstairs, ate some dinner, came back down shortly after, and it was done. I was like, oh, cool. My computer turned on. Sweet. I'm at the login screen.
Hey, you look new to this area.
So I logged into the computer, and I noticed that my G drive was not registering on my computer at all. So I couldn't open it. I couldn't do anything to it. So according to Google, I had to basically format the drive. So I formatted it, completely killed anything that was on it, and basically started over. And so now I have like nothing installed on it. Just whatever, I don't really care, honestly. Most of the games on my Steam drive were games that I don't play anyway, or haven't played for a very long time and stuff. Can't go that way. So I was like, I wasn't super worried about that.
These lands are wild and free.
Not that big of a deal. So it's at least good now. The reformat took like 10 seconds. And then, you know, I installed, like I said, PoE was already installed on a different drive. So I didn't have to install that. The only thing I had to install was Eve, because I've been playing that off stream a lot. And, Eidolon. Literally the only two things I installed. So, yeah, you know, started working, everything was good, and now we're back up and running, but yeah, it kind of cucked because, like, bro, I wanted to play my character on Sunday, and I wanted to hang out and chat with you guys, but my shit wouldn't launch. It wouldn't fucking launch, bro. Crazy. What the hell just... Interesting. Okay. Yo, what up, Edge? Yeah, bro. It didn't want me to fucking play with that shit at all. Well, the problem is, so if I would have stopped its repair and I would have took the drive out right then and there, I would have been able to turn the computer on, but it could have completely corrupted the drive, making it unusable at all. But at the same time, I could have done nothing as well, but at least I would have been able to get online and I would have been able to stream or whatever. But I didn't want to have to buy a new drive if it, like, kind of just cucked. And I honestly wasn't expecting it to take 15 hours.
Give up yet?
So. I wonder if I can turn these things in. Nope. Okay. What am I doing, Edge? I am pushing the storyline, doing map completion, getting this character leveled up so I can hopefully get my elite specialization started somewhat soon. Pip sent me a Death's Oath video. We all know how that's going to turn out. Yeah, I wouldn't mind hanging out. I just, right now, all I'm doing is map completion. I'm going to finish this zone before I do my quest, so I don't know. If you don't need the map, then it's not going to be very helpful for you. Unless you want to do, like, events while we're running around and get some EXP and stuff. Clothes in the dryer. Clothes in the dryer. Clothes in the dryer. Acting like a fool with the clothes in the dryer.
Freezing.
Edge, quick question. When I'm in my shroud form, how does my one key turn into like an actual attack, like a melee attack, instead of it being like this ranged, like shadowy bolt thing that I'm shooting? Is that from the elite class or something? Yeah, so the elite class is what changes? Okay, that's what I thought. Just wasn't sure. Because one of the things I hate about being in my shadowy form is the one, like the auto attack is just like a shadowy bolt, and it's like super, the fuck, you guys are walking in thin air. Like super slow attack speed, and yeah, it has some like pierce, but it just feels bad. And then off the top of your head, Edge, do you remember for the perma shroud form, do I need a relic to accomplish that? Like, is there a relic that's required to get more life force or something? Oh. 'Cause I'm assuming it's just as easy as, well, not easy, but it's just as simple as your elite class. It's like you get life force whenever you like deal damage or something. Like there's like I think there's a mastery thingamajiggy inside the elite class for it, or when doing damage gives you life force. So it's like you don't you lose more life force than you gain, but you can maintain it for quite a long period of time or something. This might kill me.
You're kidding me, right?
Oh, yep, we're dead. I thought you were here with me, and you were not. That pet is tanking something fierce.
That was too close for comfort.
Bro, stop blowing me up. Ah. Yeah, I'm just kind of excited to try out the Necro. Because seeing the Reaper builds, they just look cool.
Zero tolerance. Defoul this locale no more.
Never capitulate.
Great gods, am I happy you are here. Great gods, am I happy you are here.
Alright, that part's done. I think I'm gonna go in here really fast. 'Cause I think there's the portal. I want to get the fast travel on here for the other zone.
She's got a knife in her boot.
Killjoy.
I don't have to come back and grab it later. What are these pieces of paper? Is there an achievement of finding like a bunch of papers or something? There's 3 of them that I've found so far. I know there's some in here.
have no idea. A pint-sized pickpocket?
A disgruntled underling?
An arrogant loudmouth. You're thinking too small.
Like your brain.
Oh, I am gonna kill you.
Huh. Whatever. Ah. Ah.
You're dead.
It's a bunch of pieces of paper. I don't know what the hell they're for. Kill bandits. Alright. Like I'm not even getting... Do these count when I break them? Oh, it does. Okay. My tool's empty. Oh no. Yeah, I know it's a low tool. I just didn't know if like it counted towards the thing. I don't care if I get the materials. It's just the tools I have. I only have so many of them. I haven't bought tools yet. But I have the adventures tome I'm trying to finish. Alright, so I gotta do a bunch of bandit stuff. Seems to be in the middle. And an event.
You're kidding, right?
You did.
No, I need to hit him.
You're dead.
Kill it. Kill it. Alright, a couple more bandits and I'll be done with this quest. Yo, what up, Pip? Are they soft? Wait, what? Yeah, killed it before I hit him again. Alright, that quest is done. I don't like this one. This one's annoying.
Hey, I don't recognize you.
That's enough. I yield.
Are you talking to me?
Stop! I surrender.
Yeah, bro, there has to be an achievement for finding all those papers or something.
Show me your face.
But yeah, Fip, I didn't see that video until you sent it to me, so I always liked Death's Oath. It's just I've always the way I've always seen Death's Oath is it's like a more scuffed version of RF. And there's like no reason of even playing Death's Oath when RF is as strong as it is, because Death's Oath is always like 50% the damage and survivability of RF. So it's like, what's the point of playing something that is so much more scuffed? It does, like, it has a little bit of extra quality of life to it because the pops are more consistent. But other than the more consistent pops, its damage output is like 50% or worse. Its survivability is like 50% or worse. And it's just such a like interesting, like I like it because it's chaos and it's like it's more interesting in my opinion. I think it's a cool idea. It just the damage, yes, damage got buffed. The socket colors, the guy, you know, I didn't watch the video yet, but the socket colors being changed is kind of a nice little addition. But it's not going to change, like, the way to scale that skill is so bad that it's just never in a good spot. So it's really hard for me to want to even play it, even though I would like the build.
Give up yet?
I'm coming. I'm rooted. I'm still rooted. Really? Really? You couldn't have waited? Bro, I'll go back in the VOD. I could have waited. You're sitting here shooting it with your auto attacks, and then your pet kills it because you got it like way low. Granted, I could have went into like Wraith form, and I could have ranged it or whatever, but bro, I blame you. I blame you. Doesn't matter either way. Honestly, I just want to be annoying for no apparent reason. It is my fault. I told you it was my fault. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Hello? Yay. Damn it. It's like you're intentionally trying to kill them before I get to them. Am I supposed to like talk to them or something? Does killing the Moas do anything? I don't think it helps with the quest. but I'm not 100%. Chicken meat. Look at all them chickens.
Got me.
So there was a build that I saw, Edge. I can't find it again, but thought you were being a troll. But it was a one-button build. Well, more than one button, but the build basically was spam your auto attack when your life force. Because you know there's a cooldown when it, like when you fall out of it, right? Like if you're in your when you're in this form, when it falls off, you have like a what do you call that thing? Cooldown for exiting or entering or whatever. So basically what the build was you went into your wraith form and you just spammed your one key. You just literally just auto attacked until it fell. And now you have like a 9-second cooldown when you fall out of it. You have 9 seconds, and all he did was with a dagger was spam his auto attack in dagger form, and the second his wraith form came back up, he'd go right back into wraith form. And then he just spam one key, go into wraith, spam one key, wraith would fall off, and keep spamming the one key, and then he'd jump right back into wraith form once he could. So literally the whole build, and he was pulling like 30 to 35k DPS doing that. It's kind of like the Revenant build that I was playing, but even easier. Because I don't have to, I don't have to like stance swap between my my things, you know. I'm gonna die, bro. I can't kill veterans right now. I'm not strong enough to kill a veteran. Yeah, it was in Guild Wars 2. I just can't kill veterans right now. I gotta do this Vista really fast. And my heart is almost completed. I wonder if I can turn in these little berries that I've been getting. Finish it up. You in Power World? Oh, it's all good, man. All good in the hood. Oh, mate's here too. Yo, mate, I didn't see your message. What's going on, man? Sorry about Sunday. Yeah, my PC just told me to go fuck myself.
They both is our strength in you.
Ah. PC was not very happy with me on Sunday. We're gonna destroy bandit supplies. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, the scan and the repair that took fucking 15 hours or whatever literally did nothing for my computer. It basically boiled down to I just needed to get the computer to turn on so I could why can't I target this thing? Jesus fucking Christ, game. I just needed to get the computer to turn on so I could format the drive. That's basically what it ended up boiling down to. Because once I was able to get the computer on, the drive didn't register anyway. So I had to just right click format drive because I couldn't open it. Oh, my face. But yeah, Edge, I don't know, I was contemplating trying out that laziness instead of like hitting a bunch of buttons and doing a bunch of things and clicking a bunch of other stuff. Like, I was contemplating trying that out, seeing if it actually did decent damage or if it worked somewhat okay. Because if I just have to sit there and spam the one key and just enter and exit the freaking the shroud form by just spamming one key, I'm down. That's easy. I can do that. As long as it has some sort of like sustain, tankiness, and like a little bit of damage, like works out for me. I'm doing pretty good, mate. Ran some errands and whatnot. Friggin' wife went shopping today because she's a sucker for clearance. And I guess Kohl's had 50% off all clearance. So, knowing her, she went to every Kohl's in the area to clearance shop at every single Kohl's that she possibly could get to. Alright, this heart's done. So, Edge, are you sold on trying the totem build? Because, like, honestly, from what I saw from the patch notes, the only thing that got nerfed on totems was its crit chance. Oh yeah, Edge, it was crazy. The so like, a $30 pair of pants were already like on sale for like $15, and then like for clearance, and then you get 50% off of that, and then there was another deal. I don't know what it was, but there was another 40% off of those. So she would get like a $30 pair of clothes, like a shirt or a pair of pants or something, and it would be like $2. It was crazy. And this is the time she waits to shop at Kohl's, because Kohl's does this a couple times a year when they're clearancing out a lot of their stuff, and it's just, you get stupid cheap prices of stuff.
More people should learn to barter. I have everything you need.
There's trouble brewing down that way. I never knew these bandits before coming here. It's shocking to see how dangerous they've made the North.
The west of the wildlands is riddled with them as well. We've even seen them consorting with the Inquest.
All right.
There's trouble brewing down that way.
Melissa 80.
Sorry, I'm going through my shit because my inventory is just full. All right. So what happened to the event? Did it already finish or? Doing poop? Okay. Yeah, I just showed up and I saw it and I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'll just do this event really quick. You should wait to kill the mob before you click the suspicious thing. Because then it spawns an extra mob. Wait, what are we talking about, mate? Sorry. Oh, these raptors don't give me any progress. Yeah, I mean, you have been talking about it in every stream, but I'm kind of brain farting right now. Like I said, I don't want to bring it up. I know you've been dealing with whatever. I can't recall off the top of my head right now. So, I'm sorry for not remembering. Because I know you've been down a bit for a while and whatnot. Like, you've been listening to a lot of music and trying to chill and get your mind right. So, why am I not able to fucking mount? Jesus Christ. Mount! Because sometimes this game's like timer for being out of combat just doesn't make any sense. I mean, honestly, like I said, 99.9% of the time when it comes to anything that's sad or kind of like draining like that, your only thing that's really gonna help is time. Nothing's gonna truly like just completely just remove it, right?
What's here?
You honestly just need to give it time. Do what you can to like get by, you know, gimp yourself along until, you know, slowly but surely it gets a little bit better every day. It's the only thing I think you can truly do. Never been to Vegas. The only thing I know about Vegas is what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Carnival games? I mean, hey, that's something though. If that gives you some joy, if that gives you some entertainment, you know, clears your head a bit, I mean, that's all you can really ask for. Oh yeah, you're right, Edge. I should have grabbed my gathering tools. I didn't think about it. I could only mount. I still can't mount. Bro, this is so fucking dumb. Bro, the mounting in this game can suck it. Alright, well, now I can mount. Alright, we have a thing over here. Yeah, it was an event. I mean, I already started it with you, so I'll get progress for it in AXP. I was just trying to clear that out while I was waiting. There's a vista down here, and then we got way further to go south. All right. Can't hit them. So fun. You're a good noodle. I feel like me and Vegas just wouldn't get along. Like, don't get me wrong. You can do, like, you don't have to do any of the Vegas stuff while you're in Vegas, right? There's anything and everything you can possibly think is in Vegas. So if you just want to go and watch movies, if you just want to go and eat food, like walk up and down the street, like there's anything and everything you can possibly think of, you can do in Vegas. So it's not like I couldn't find something that I would enjoy doing in Vegas. It's just like the reason people go to Vegas is for, like, you know, gambling and shows and things like that. And most of that stuff I just don't care about. Not really my thing. So I feel like just me and Vegas just don't really like mesh. Alright, there. Let me grab this merchant really quick, like you were saying before. Maybe I can grab some tools. I can't even put on the good tools until I'm 60. So I gotta buy like bad tools, but we can buy the steel ones at least. At least those ones I can probably get the materials I'm looking for at bare minimum. All right, let's south a little bit more. Oh, I 100% Edge. I think if I went to Vegas, I'd probably get into a fight within like 10 minutes. I can almost guarantee you that. Because people piss me off really bad. Especially drunk people. And people that just think they're all that in a bag of chips and fucking Mr. Billy Badass, you know? I don't deal well with those types of people. And if you're drunk and you're gonna like walk and like bump into me and then be rude about it, I'm gonna punch you in the throat. Yeah, I don't think I would do very well in Vegas. Like I said, I think if I kind of stayed to myself and I just went to like some restaurants or whatever and I didn't really interact with a whole lot of people or whatever, then yeah, maybe I'd have some fun. Maybe it wouldn't be too terrible. We got an event up here. Don't know where.
Thanks. Thank you.
You chose this.
How did that thing die so fast? What the shit? Okay. Thing died so fast? What the fuck? They don't have anything special for food? I thought Vegas had like some high quality like restaurants too. Like they had some like 5-star restaurants and stuff. I feel like that's the only reason why I would even like possibly even want to go to a place like that. Is if they had a few like really like really expensive, but like, you know what I mean? Like one-time experience kind of like food places. Yeah, I just feel like I wouldn't probably want to go there like all the time, but I feel like it would be like, if I was there, it'd be like an experience kind of thing. I'd be okay with like, you know, having a really expensive $500 meal or whatever, just to experience it for one time, you know? Just so I can be like, yeah, that wasn't worth the money. I'm so slow. All right, mine's done. Do I need to keep going south? I think I need to keep going south. Let's find out. Hey, I found some spinach for you. You want some spinach? They make you strong like Popeye. Soul is mine. You guys know if they're gonna make another Mortal Kombat anytime soon? I fucking love the Mortal Kombat movies. I'm a big sucker for those movies. I really liked the new one they made. The storyline was a little different, obviously, but the graphics and the fight scenes were fucking phenomenal. I don't know, that's why I was asking. I don't really keep up with that kind of news, like gaming news and like movie news and stuff. I don't really keep up with that kind of stuff. So I don't really know what's coming, what's already out, anything like that. I wonder, I don't really like the axe. I'm tempted to put it on because it's more damage. Yeah, the most recent one I really liked. Like I said, the story is completely different than what I'm used to from the original, obviously. But I still thought it was really good. Like I said, the story was pretty decent. The combat was awesome. The CGI and all the graphics were fucking on point. Like it was a really cool. I really enjoyed it. So that's why I was kind of curious if they're going to come out with another one, because if they kind of keep up with those fight scenes and like the way it looked graphically and stuff, I'd be totally down to watch the next one as well. There's a... What are we gonna do? So we're gonna come back here anyway for my quest. So I'll do this one when we come back. I don't know what to do with these junk piles. Yeah. Isn't there one coming out? Oh, yeah, sorry, that was what you said earlier. Yeah. Oh, Mortal Kombat 3 is in development? Okay. I mean, yeah, man, I've been in that situation a lot of times in my life. It happens. Since the giant, yeah. Can't tell you how many times, like, someone's, fucked me like that, you know? Not gonna say it gets easier, but... I mean, for me, I kind of got used to it. Where are we running to? You just keep running off. I'm trying to do a heart, and you just keep running off. I'm just, like, I don't mind if you run off. I'm just gonna keep doing my heart thing. I know there's a bunch of things I have to do in here. I'm trying to finish this heart, and then we have the hero soul, and there's a couple, I think there's a point of interest or something I have to do. Yeah, because the heart stops when you go over this way. But I know there's a vista in here somewhere. Well, I'm pretty sure there's a vista in here somewhere that I did last time I was here. And then there's the hero soul down there. There's the heart. And I think there's another fast travel somewhere. Yeah, there's like 2 hero souls in here, I forgot. Alright, I'm gonna do this hero soul. You coming? I could wait a minute, it's fine.
You bring me something?
The here though? Wait, what? What's the here? Can we not push people back? This makes my life harder. I gotta chase people. Oh, the heart. I was like, the here? What? Alright, there's another hero soul north of us. But I know there's a... I gotta finish the heart. Yeah. There's another heart. Yeah, this one's about grubs. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things that mate, that we've talked about before. It's like you just gotta, you know, it's experience thing. It's like the more it happens, the more you do it. It's not gonna say the less painful it gets, because you know it's still gonna get pain. It's still gonna be painful pretty much every single time. But I would say you kind of get, I wouldn't say used to it, but I feel like the bounce back is easier. Right, because you gotta understand, you gotta like be in a specific mindset, right? Like the way I look at it is, if someone fucks me over and somebody, you know, decides, hey, I'm not good enough for them, whatever, I feel like I dodged a bullet, right? If that's their mentality, if that's how they are, like mentally and maturity wise, right? If I haven't done anything wrong, if I haven't done anything, you know, to deserve it, if they're just bored with me or whatever, then it's not meant to be, and there's no reason for me to fret over it, right? Now, it's a completely different story if, like, you know, you're head over heels in love with somebody, and by no fault of you or the other person, you guys are no longer together, right? And what I mean by that is, like, you know, accidents happen, right? That's a completely different story. But if it's just something as simple as that person just says, oh, I want to break up, you know, it's not you, it's me, or, you know, they're cheating on you or whatever, I feel like just being in that mindset of like you're better off without that person, I'm like, yeah, it's a little sad, right? And you gotta, you know, give it time, but I feel like you're more likely to get over it sooner and not bother you as much once you start like getting in that kind of a mindset of it. Because I can't tell you how many girls I've like dated or have been out with or whatever, and I was with them for like 6 months or a year or whatever, and like they end up like, oh, you know, it's just not working out, or I don't like you anymore, or whatever the fuck excuse they give me is, and then come to find out they've been cheating on me the whole time, or you know, they never really liked me. They were just like using me for like my car or my money or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things. I finally got to a point where I kind of I don't beat myself up about it, and I don't really get sad about it anymore. I just think about it in terms of, well, yeah, that sucks. Yeah, you know, I really like that person, but obviously they didn't like me, so why would I give this person any more of, you know, my mental going forward if they don't deserve it, right? That's kind of like how I look at it, and that's why, like I said, over the years I've gotten a little bit more numb to it, because yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I had a, you know, I miss them, I want to spend time with them, you know, I care about them, but once they treat me like that, my feelings are my my thoughts of any of like that stuff for that person kind of goes away, because they obviously didn't like me. Like, if I didn't cheat on them, I didn't treat them terribly, I never hurt them or hit them or abuse them in any way, shape, or form, and the only thing, and then they don't want anything to do with me. Nothing I did. Now, it could be that I don't spend enough time with them. It could be, you know, maybe I'm not adventurous enough, or I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it could be some of those other things of why, like, they still want to be friends, but they don't look at me in like that kind of way, right? Friend zoning me. I mean, I don't fault them for that. You know, you don't know if you're like gonna romantically like somebody until you try. And if that's how it boils down, and there's no harm, no foul, and you know that person didn't treat me terribly, and they didn't like, you know, use me or abuse me in some way, shape, or form, or cheat on me or whatever, and they were like honest with me, I'm not gonna fault them for that. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I'm a little sad about it, but you know, as long as like it's mutual and you know they give me the respect that I deserve, then you know I'll return the favor. All right, I'm gonna teleport down edge. I'm gonna run north to this other hero soul.
Keep close and stay ready.
Since I got the vista I was looking for. Like I said, mate, there's nothing I can really say that's gonna make it better. Like I said, at the end of the day, it boils down to you just got to work through it. And everybody has their own process. Everybody has their own thing that works for them. What the fuck? I just got kicked out. No, let me in. Bro, this is bullshit. Ed, I can't do it. It kicked me out. What do I do? They closed the gates. How do we get in? Nine to 5. All right. Well, while we wait on that, then, let us. All right, I'm gonna go up here, and I'm gonna get some of the other interests that we didn't get because they're in the middle of the map. As that's closed. I'm assuming there's a meta event or something we have to do to unlock it again. And like at the same time, Nate, like it's like you said, when you're kind of relatively new to it, it's kind of like an experience thing. Like the more you experience it, hopefully the less time it takes you to like bounce back from it, right? Does that make sense? That's at least the hope. Like I said, every situation is completely different. So you don't know, like, sometimes it might always hurt, sometimes it might not hurt at all. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, like, everybody's different. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I'm just finishing up like points of interest and stuff right now. And getting them waypoints and stuff while I give that some time to do whatever it's got to do. Go back up. Like I said, it could just be a timing thing. Could only be open, like you said, 5 days a week. 9 to 5.
I'm dying here.
How you liking your Ranger? Yeah, the pets are cool. I feel like open world soloing stuff, I feel like that's huge. Like having the pets to tank for you and stuff. I feel like that's massive.
How very satisfying.
Alright, what is a utility skill? Oh, did you? Oh yeah, you went south into that guy. I can run over. You might be dead by the time I get there, or it might be dead. I saw it off my screen and I just turned away from it. There's a heart down here. Did you die? Oh, you're in there. Oh, I don't know how you even got in there. I thought you were talking about this guy.
I need some backup.
The sushi thing? Help! I fucked up! I pissed it off! I was trying to get to you. I thought this is the one you were at. I'm trying to get to you.
I will need more endurance.
But I'm fucking in combat for a goddamn eternity. Bro, get me out of combat! Game! For the love of God! Jesus! Did you kill it already? I'm assuming so. Well, there's another one outside if you want to fight hit on the way out. Oh, did you? Yeah, I've seen a bunch of the things you said. I don't always reply. All right. Hey, thank you for killing that thing. Like, it's just running from me. It's so annoying. It runs off into the fucking water for no apparent reason. Damn it. Gotta get this point of interest anyway, so might as well work way up this way. And he's invulnerable, and then I'm stunned, and I actually hit this thing. There we go. Yeah, the Ranger looks pretty cool. Or you almost killed it before I got to it again. Oh, so much for... Yeah. Oh yeah, you got the 47s now. I remember that. Now you got 48? Yeah, I think I'm still chilling on 47. 48's eluding me. Cobra got 49. That was insane. Alright, mine's done. We gotta go this way. Oh, yeah, these tuning crystals. I don't remember what to do with them. I farmed them last time and ended up just throwing them away because I couldn't remember what to use them on. Yeah, use the utility skill. Oh god. 50, 60? Oh, okay, well, got that one wrong. Yeah, I hate this one, bro. I mean, once you know what the answer is, it's easy, but... Okay, so current weight, estimated weight, god. So 14 times 6? Bro, I don't fucking know. What? I don't know what the fuck. What? Oh, 14. Oh, so 7 times 6 is 30. Let's say 40. Oh, thanks. Cool. I don't fucking know, dude. I fucking hate this shit. I thought I wanted to multiply. Yeah, it's blue to green. Lettuce? What? Bro, I don't fucking know. I got that one right. Cycle 1, 25. Cycle 2, 33. Identify the percentage increase. Oh, God. 30? No, it only went up like 15? Bro, I don't fucking know.
Interesting.
Whatever. The crystals, I don't know what to do with the crystals. I said, once you know what the answers are, this goes by fast. Crystal output increased 6, 18, 30, 42. Oh, God. So 54? Okay, that one I know. Yeah, once you know the answers, it's easy. Oh, God. So 3 long, 7 wide. Gamma's area relative? What? 20. What? I don't fucking know. Greater. Fucking, why do I have to think? I answered that one wrong last time too.
Foul this locale no more.
Oh. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get my ass kicked.
I think that's the last of it. Techie's crazy if she thinks that this will ever work.
Oh my God.
Techie's crazy if she thinks that this will ever work.
Oh, that was one of those trick questions. 3 long, 7 wide. I don't fucking know, dude. That one, I hate it. I hate it so much.
Look out! Something's coming through the gate.
All right, this one's fucking done. Jesus Christ, get me out of here. All right,
I think that's the last of them. Techie's crazy.
all right, we're gonna go north.
This will ever work.
Got some stuff north of us. Oh, this doesn't go north. Good thing this is the only heart in here that you have to actually answer riddles.
Be careful if you're headed west. The inquest is a lab.
Those questions were way different than the ones I had last time I did it.
Nice one.
Alright, we gotta go inside. I think we gotta go to the right to get inside. But I think I'm gonna go left to get this and then wrap around the top.
Someone get over here and help me.
Do you know what these little ghost things are, Edge? That randomly pop up and then disappear when you get close to them?
Give it your all.
Hey, there's another piece of paper in here. I think there's something to do with those pieces of paper. I don't know if I had to like, it's like a later thing or something. Wait, what's lore? I know I asked you a question and then I just completely lost my what I was talking about.
Get over here and help me.
Oh, the Sparky. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. I was like, what are we talking about again? Yeah, I see them all the time. I just don't know what the fuck they're for or what they do. I was like, where did that big fireball come from? What the fuck? I didn't see you way up there. Alright, this is the champion I saw earlier. If you want to help me kill it. This is the one I saw earlier. I know you're doing the heart, so. Look how that guy ran around in circles, waited for it to get low, hit it once just to claim the fucking completion. Fucking nerd, dude. Ooh, we got a new dagger. I'm so confused. Why is it saying it's positive? Oh, for an offhand maybe?
We must all do our part.
Alright. Let's see over here. I think the last of it is just inside. Yeah, so I think we have the 2 hero souls. There's a fast travel in there. And there's a heart in there, but there's another heart somewhere. I'm missing a heart somewhere. And there's one here. But I'm missing one somewhere else. I think we can go back in. See if we can do this now. Wait, what was so dumb? Oh yeah, the guy that walked up, saw us fighting it, ran around in circles for a few seconds, waited for the HP to be like really low, and then just jumped on it and hit it once. Like didn't help like at fucking all. Yeah, it's that lazy shit, dude. I just don't know what my utility skill is. Hey, how many times can I hit a rich iron vein? What the hell? That was crazy. Hey, I literally hit it 3 times in a row. Yeah, working my way around to this hero soul while doing this heart. Alright, my heart is done. Okay, I have the 1 hero soul inside now. And I have to find this last heart. So annoying when you have like one thing that's just not apparent of where it is. Oh, looks like it's open again, Edge.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Oh, thanks for the hydrate, mate. Go. Alright. So the only thing I'm missing is a heart, which is kind of annoying. Because the only place that says there's not a discoverable is here. The only thing that shines.
Brisbane wildlands used to be.
Oh, it's right here. Just guess I was a smidgen off from being able to see it. Alright, this map will be done, and then we can do the quest if you're interested in doing the quest. And then do you want to call it a night after that, or do you want to keep playing for a bit? Because if you want, we can do something on my other character. Like, I can get on my warrior and we can go and do, like, something else if you're interested. Maybe your living season 1 or whatever. I mean, I'll catch up to your living season on this character. Not soon, but I will. if you want to just wait. Or like I said, we can do that tonight. I don't care. It's up to you. Just let me know what you want to do. Like, you helped me clear this zone and map completed. I'm down to help you out with whatever. Or we can chat about PoE. We can always do that. Because I know you said you're not completely sold on the totem. The reason I say, like, the cool thing about the Templar Edge is that, like, if you don't like the totems, you can always go self-cast, like, crit spell. Right? As a Templar, you can always go crit spell. Because the one ascendancy point ignores elemental resistances when you crit. So if you go a crit spell, and you can go something like ball lightning of static or ball lightning of orbiting, and you can play like a hammered in style build, and you can just drop orbs of lightning on things, and you can like just go crit orbs of lightning. You can also, you know, do the frostbolts build as well, and just go crit frostbolts, ice nova, whatever, you know. You can always do something like that. You can always go brands. You can go Armageddon brand, and it's not as like, obviously the Armageddon brand is not double triggering like you like from the other one, but it still does a lot of fucking damage. And if you don't like any of that, you obviously have the backup of like trying RF out again on that character. Like, you won't get the pops, but you can run Legacy of Fury to give you like generic pops if you wanted to go that route. But you don't even need pops if you get the RF damage high enough by life stacking. So you just mega life stack. And, you know, like we were talking about before. And then you end up with like a shit ton of ES, a shit ton of HP. Your RF will hit like 50 million DPS on its own without having to have pops. You could just kill everything with RF. And then you could add in like maybe a retaliation skill if you want to go that route. Or like another like a fire trap or a scorching ray or any other skill that you'd like to throw in on top of that. I hate these mobs because they evade so much. Yeah, these mobs just evade too much and they're so annoying. So you have lots of options as a Templar. Like, that's what's nice about Templar. It's like, it's such a generic character with such good like defense and offense capabilities between the two of them. Bro, you could even go fucking what's it called? You can even go like an Orabot. Like, you can switch him over to a Guardian. Bro, even as a Guardian, you could go a Sentinel Guardian. Have you seen that build? That build is dope. The Sentinel Guardian build is so cool. You literally run around, I think it's with Smite or something, and when you hit things, you spawn the Sentinels, and the Sentinels do all the damage for you. It's literally like a minion build, but the minions aren't targetable, and they don't have HP, so they can't die. You just trigger them from hitting, and they do all your damage. The Sentinel build's dope. You have lots of options as a Templar. So, like I said, if you don't like it, you just pivot. That's what's cool about the playing it as the Templar. It's not like you're trying to play something like an occultist and you're kind of like backed into a corner of like what you can play.
Be wary.
Because their stuff is very specific. Cold. ES. You know what I mean? Like chaos. Versus like that's it. Like you're very limited. Like, they do have a few generic options, but it's not the same.
Hi. Poison. Let me try something else.
Seems your counter reagent works. See? It clears the toxic fumes.
That's a relief. Try applying it to the turret. If it works, we can use it to disperse that wall.
Oh, it says use the turret. Sorry. Oh, you got it. Thank you. Oh, you missed. Did you get it? I think you missed. You got one. You got one of them. You missed the second one. Ooh. Did it get it? I think it's too far. Aha!
Sick with poison. We should stay on the move.
You crossed the line.
I might die. I don't really like fighting in the water.
Hylic poisons are extremely lethal. Impressive. I see Helen.
I don't like me fighting in the water is terrible. I don't understand how to actually do good damage in the water.
Okay, there's another
I've never understood the water fights.
Ha ha! You cannot approach. My poison is powerful.
What the? I just died. What killed me? Am I on the wrong side of the water or something? Oh, I think I'm on the wrong side of the water. That would make sense. Yeah, I thought I was standing off to the side. I didn't know I was still taking damage. I saw the green. I was like, oh, I'll just stand over here by this little hut. I didn't think I was taking damage. Oh, that was super delayed. What was that?
Fall to your knees, feeble creatures. Behold the eye of the sun.
That guy's hideous. How many pets can you have out at once, Hedge? Oh, the worm is a summon. Okay, I was like, bro, that's kind of cool. You had like two different things out. All right, so it wants me to go through back to here. Oh, making progress though. What are we like 40 now? Oh, 36. Making some pretty good progress, I feel like. All right, so our dailies are done without even trying. That's pretty cool. So I was looking at these purchasables, Edge. It's like we have 40 days left. But I definitely need the Mystic coins and the Mystic clovers. But 20 Mystic Clovers is 1,200 points. I could buy half of them if I do today's daily. Can you jump, please? I don't understand this fucking zone very well. Like, I know there's like 4 levels to this thing, but it wanted me to go down, and then it wanted me to go up. Maybe I went too far down? I don't know. And then this fucking... Why does this thing have a fucking 30-second cutscene? Every time you use it. Like, the first time, I understand. But anytime past that? Like, why? Oh, it's right here. That's what.
They learn strength.
It's so annoying. It's like fucking stupid.
Munition golems? You want to fight the elder dragons with toys and dollies?
Better than throwing away Sylvari lives on a direct assault.
No one's throwing away lives. Just the best trained fighting force in Tyria.
Valiant. I'm glad you're here. They've been going on like this for an hour. Everyone, please be silent. We are all assembled, and the Mother Tree wishes to speak.
I'm glad to see you have courage, Herald. You'll be an asset to the Haven's defense. I'll rally the Vigil troops and meet you near Overlake Haven.
Don't worry, Branthan.
Right, we need to go through what we have. Alright, we need a salvager. We salvage everything. How much longer are you gonna be around Edge? I know you said you weren't gonna stay on too much longer. Just kind of curious on if you wanted to do something else or if you wanted to come with me and do another map completion or not. Oh.
the moment.
Junk. Let's start with
I'll be seeing you.
the
I haven't seen anyone who can complete it. I think
It's funny. I grew up in Radissoon, but I think of Lion's Arch as my home.
My mom always said home is where you've invested all your money.
Seize the moment.
until next time.
fishing. Interesting. You going to bed, Topher? All right, man. I appreciate you. Take it easy. Talk to you later. See you. See you. See you. Bye bye. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be around tomorrow, so hopefully I'll catch you then. Finishing. Oh, finishing. I didn't know you didn't finish it. All right, all my basic skills are taken care of. Now we got to head into this. I think this is where we start actually getting to a point where we can actually start putting a build together. I just don't know which one to start with. I think we run with soul reaping in the build. Do you know off the top of your head, Edge? Yeah, I'm down to doing an event, and then we can do that. What up, Tom? I got really bored and irritated with the stance swapping. Because I had to like monitor the resources of the stance degen, and since it's at the bottom of the screen, and I had to look at the bottom of the screen and watch the percentage and then change it Like, you know what I mean? I had to swap stance before I run out of resources. So it was a resource management stance swapping issue that just annoyed me, and it like prevented me from like paying attention to the fight. So I would like get hit by a lot of things, or it was just an annoyance. So I kind of got bored of it, and I feel like it would have been a good build if I finished building it, but I couldn't tolerate playing it. I kept dying all the time, and I was struggling. So I was just like, let's just play a different character and see if we like it. Trying to think like which one I want to work towards. I mean, I got to work towards all of them, so I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess, but I guess we'll just start with soul reaping and see how we like it. Just pick up that so we can get some swiftness when we enter the thing. All right, which map, Edge? I have to go over here because I need to get a fast travel point. But which map has the event you were talking about? Okay. Yo, fuck that nonsense. I'll be going to bed around that time. Actually, probably later because it's my day off. But so yeah, that was kind of why we decided to change, Tom, because this character, yes, there's quote unquote resource management and stance swapping, but it's different. It's done completely different. This one, I don't have, like, if I run out of my resource in my stance, it doesn't fuck the rotation, right? The intention of this build is to actually stay in the stance until you run out and then regenerate resource to go back into the stance as fast as possible. So the goal of this build is to generate as much resource as possible to stay in my form as much as possible. The other one was, it degened no matter what, and I couldn't hit 0. If I hit 0, I had to reset my rotation kind of thing. I had to rebuild it back up and you know what I mean? I had to return everything back on. And I had to rinse and repeat that. So I'd have to like swap from one stance to the other and then swap it back to the other stance. And the swapping wasn't hard. It was literally just the same button. I had to hit F1 roughly every 10 seconds. So while I'm hitting, like, I'm auto attacking and using my other abilities and paying attention to the screen and dodging mechanics, every 10 seconds I had to basically hit my stance swap button. And if I didn't hit it every 10 seconds, you know, then I would have to make sure I turned on all my buffs again. And if I didn't realize that it fell off, then I'm like missing out on DPS. And if sometimes what would happen is if I'm trying to do it off muscle memory, I hit F1 thinking it's going to swap stances, and it doesn't swap stance because it's still on cooldown. And then I stay in my stance way too long, and then my buffs all fall off, and I don't realize it. It was just, like I said, it was a tedious, annoying thing. And since you can't edit the UI, this number down here, imagine this was a percentage bar at 50%, it was working its way down. I have to look at this all the way down here when my eyes are trying to look at the middle of the screen. Since I can't move this bar up underneath my character, it's just annoying. And like I said, since my character was relatively squishy, because I didn't have a lot of gear or, you know, stats and stuff, like, he was struggle busting. Because he didn't have earrings, he didn't have rings, he didn't have a relic. His HP sustainability was relatively low, so I would literally just die all the time. So I was struggle busting because I kept dying. My damage was good. Well, it was decent for where I was at in the game. It wasn't great, but it was okay. Damage was okay, and the survivability was just really bad. I just got fed up with it. I got fed up with having to like pay that, like, I had to actually pay attention, like quite a bit pay attention, and I was dying all the time on top of that. It was just, like I said, it was an annoyance. And supposedly this character is one of the most busted characters in the entire game. He's super tanky and does good damage. And it's supposedly like fucking stupid easy. So it's like one of the most busted characters in the game. And I'm not playing it because he's busted. I'm playing it primarily because his build makes his weapon look like a scythe. And I love scythe. And then I could also get a weapon skin, and I can cosmetically change one of the weapons he can use to a scythe on top of that. So cosmetically, I like the way it's going to look, rocking a scythe, swiping it across the screen and hack and slashing, and I just think aesthetically I'm gonna like it. Plus, he is tanky and he can do damage, and I think it's less tedious of a stance swap and micromanaging of resources than it was in the other character. But I think this one's like, on paper, it's a win. Now we're gonna have to try it. We won't know until we try it, but it is what it is, right?
The main spill. Everyone else, keep those inquest agents away from my column.
Yeah, because the main thing, like we always talk about, is like, don't play a character because he's busted and strong. Play a character because aesthetically you like the way it looks and plays. And I think that's where this character is for me. I thought the Revenant looked cool watching him play, but when I was actually playing him, I wasn't enjoying it, right? I do like my Warrior, and I could always go back to my Warrior, but like I said, that's always like, I wanted to try other characters, and I needed 5 characters anyway. There's an achievement that you need to purchase like all the cosmetic gear from all 5 races, and I only had 3 of the races. Now I have 4 of them, and I need to make a 5th character. Granted, he could be level 2, but I wanted to try another character, right? And since I know I don't really like the Revenant, that's fine. I like the Warrior. I wasn't a huge fan of the Guardian. So that takes care of the top row, and the Necro's down here, and then I have 1 extra slot that's open that I can try a different character. I thought about trying a Mesmer, and I thought about trying a Assassin. And honestly, the reason why I was going to try one of those 2 is because they have the teleporter skill. So I could always use that character to help people complete jump puzzles, or to, you know, teleport people to certain vistas or whatever. You know, I can just help people out with the teleporter. And that was the reason why I was thinking about one of those characters, but I don't think I would like to play either of those characters. I don't think they would be fun or enjoyable for me. But I don't know what my 5th character will be, or what it would be, like what I would like. But I am kind of leaning towards either an engineer or a ranger at this point. Having a range, like a legit ranged DPS character that just pew 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 pew, you know what I mean? I think that would be sick. But I mean, technically I could do that on a lot of other characters using pistols and stuff. But I don't have to use a ranger. I just think it'd be kind of cool to have like something different than a melee brawler. Yeah, Mesmer, in my opinion, is it's like a medium difficulty. Once you get used to it, it's fine. But from what I understand about the Mesmer, the main source of its damage is building up its mirages, like the images, getting the 3 images, and then shattering them with the correct F key to pump out damage. That's basically what it is. So there was a build that I found. It was a lazy, low APM build. Obviously, low APM builds aren't like top DPS, but basically all it did was it used an ability. I think it was like its 5 ability, and then it used its 3 ability, and then its 5 ability, and because 3 would reset its 5 skill, so it would use, maybe it was its C skill, or it's like its Q skill over here. Maybe it was this skill. I don't know. But you used an ability, and then you used the other ability to reset this ability. Or this ability. I don't remember which one it was. But you use this skill to reset the other ability, and you just like boom, boom, boom. And then you had 3 things, and you would shatter it, and then you would auto attack, shatter again, and then you would boom, 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 rinse and repeat. That's literally all it was. So you had this like back and forth combo where you would use the ability, you'd reset the ability, you'd use the ability again, and then you would shatter your clones. to do damage, and then you would auto attack till you had max clones, and then you'd shatter them again while you waited on the cooldown of the combo. It's literally the entire rotation of the build. You just sat there and just did that rotation back and forth, and it was super simple and super easy. Obviously, like I said, it's not gonna hit top tier like DPS, and it's probably not good for like killing random like one-off mobs while you're like open worlding, but for like bosses and like champions and things like that, it was supposedly pretty good. And then you can swap out some of the traits in the trees to do like boon cleansing and boon applications and stability, and like there was a lot of things that you could modify in the build to make it more group friendly. But like I said, I don't know much about the character other than it revolves around stacking up 3 clones and doing damage with the 3 clones basically. That's all I could really gather from it.
Magic battery cell damage. Failure imminent. Excuse me.
Oh no, keep it in. You can do it. That's an order.
Cannot maintain.
Oh, let's not stand in that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Bobby, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Huge. Thanks for the raid as well. It's great. That's super generous of you. I appreciate it. I am not paying attention. Just reading chat. How's it going? How was the stream? I want to assume you were playing Guild Wars 2. How was that going? What kind of stuff you be doing in Guild Wars 2? If that's what you were playing. But I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on in. Thanks for bringing your community on over. It's pretty nice of you. I reach out. Did that not work? Oh, I don't have a shout out command. There you go. I was gonna say it's the Twitch version. Oh, someone else rated you. Nice. Yeah, it's always one of those things that someone rates you and you're like, oh, I kind of feel kind of obligated to like return the favor to spread, you know what I mean, share the joy. Oh, didn't jump. World vs. World Rush. Yeah, I'm not a PvPer. And I've never gotten into World vs. World yet. Obviously, like, I've mostly just been kind of storyline completioning at this point. And I haven't settled on a character yet, so it's kind of been real slow going for me. Shit. Because, like, I played 5 years ago. And I played a Guardian to start, hated it. So then we switched over to a Warrior, and I loved it. But then I got bored of the game, and we quit the game for a while. And I came back last month, you know, because I was bored and I wanted to try a new game. Or go back to a game maybe and pass some time or whatever. We came back. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like the playstyle of the Guardian. It was so just boring. It didn't have an... I don't know. I felt like... Okay, so I'm a brawler. I'm like a melee kind of brawler kind of character. And my thing that I really like... Not paying attention. Is like, I like self-sustain, hack and slash kind of thing. And the Berserker was just right up my alley. Right? The spin to win, kind of getting to move while doing, you know, damage and hacking and slashing and throwing stuff and jumping around. It was so much fun. But when I was playing Guardian, it was like, oh, I hit a couple abilities and I'm standing on them and I do this little spin move that throws out little shuriken thingies everywhere, and it was just like kind of meh. I didn't enjoy it at all. Just aesthetically, like watching the character do his abilities and his attacks just kind of wasn't enjoyable. But I liked the Warrior aesthetics of his abilities and stuff, so that's why like we played him. But then like I said, I quit. When I came back, I was like kind of like overwhelmed. I was like, all right, let's just start over and let's just complete everything from start to finish on one character. So I was like, what do we do? Did we not set one up? Wait, set one up with what? Edge, sorry. So I when I came back, I was like, all right, what do we start as? So I started as a Revenant, and I got almost 100% map completion on it, and then I pushed my storyline through the main storyline through full season 1, and then I got to I think 3 or 4 on living season 2, and I kind of just got bored of the character. Not bored, I guess is the wrong word. I kind of hated stance swapping and resource management on the character, and I kept dying a lot. So I kind of just got fed up with playing him because I'm a very lazy player. I don't like a lot of APMs. I don't like a lot of like sweaty, paying attention, try-harding kind of stuff. I wanted to like spam like one button and just kind of stand there and face tank stuff, right? I don't mind smashing a handful of keys, but I don't want to have to like resource manage and stance swap constantly, and like if I don't do it, then I basically die because all my buffs fall off. It's like it's tedious. So we were like, all right, let's switch characters. So now we're on Necro. Bro, I know, I've seen the elementals. I'm like, I don't want to play a piano. Like, hell no. I've never been like a mage kind of person in any game I play anyway. Like, so in WoW, I played Prot Warrior, I played Arms and Fury Warrior, I played Death Knight, I played Prot Warrior, I played Resto Shaman, I played a Hunter, and I hated my Rogue. But I had a Rogue as well. But I played like all those types of characters, and like as you can see, the theme was Prot Warrior, DK. Like both of those are like tanky, kind of self-sustaining kind of characters with like Second Wind and Victory Rush and stuff like that. And then Death Strike from freaking Death Knight, and then Prot Warrior having like the heals, the lay on hands, and like the light heals and the bubbles, and all that type of stuff. It was kind of like my thing, right? I like the melee brawl. So I was trying to find that here, and then I saw the Reaper, and from what I've seen from the Reaper, it's really easy. I tried, that's what we were just talking about, Shock, is when I first started playing this character, I had a bunch of people like helping me pick a character, and everybody suggested I played Guardian, and that was the first character I played, and I hated it. I don't know what it was about it. I hated it, but I'm not a PvPer. I'm more of like an open world kind of just completionist kind of person. And I don't like try harding against other players and competing and stuff like that. I'm not a huge fan of, I don't mind raiding in dungeons, but they're okay. All right, so since they're in an ad, we're going to wait on the conversation.
When Zaitan rose,
we're just gonna hit this up real quick.
Into the lands.
So Edge, what did you mean by did we not set one up? What do you mean set what up? Oh, no, I wanted to set up a shout out command that actually told me what they were like streaming and stuff. Remember we talked about that? And I also wanted to set up microscape. And I completely forgot about it. I'm just waiting for this ad to finish.
What's the toughest thing to try? And they have lots of those, right?
I am at your service.
Am I supposed to like pour water on those guys or something? The Wandering Rangers and stuff? I think so. I think that's what was intended, but it's whatever. Anyway, Ed, you gonna call it a night right now? Like I said, you can, we can chat more tomorrow about PoE if you want. And obviously Friday I'll be working, so we can get on the grind. I can't wait for some PoE. I really need it right now. Ads over. You made Necro very cool. Yeah, so my thing is like when it comes to games, I don't really like playing like the most overpowered classes. I don't like playing the meta classes because they're meta. I like playing something regardless of how good or strong it is. I like to play something because I like the way it looks and the way it plays. It could be the weakest class in the game. It could be literally useless. But as long as I have fun playing it, I enjoy looking at it. That's all I care about. So for me, it's like I just want something that I enjoy playing. And you'll notice something if you hang around for a while and you watch me play games for a while. I don't ever play the min-max methods. I don't play the highest DPS. I don't play the glass cannons. I'm a very, very, very conservative, like defensively oriented player with every game I play. I like to be able to like be lazy, not pay attention to the game that often. You know, I want to be able to like look away, read chat, and like not worry about dying because I stepped in something, right? So I try to play more tanky oriented, self-healing, self-sustaining kind of characters or builds. But like from what I've been told is the Necro is just overpowered as hell. Like he's really tanky, he's really self-sustaining, he has a lot of good damage, and he's very simple. Well, he can be as simple as you want him to be, I guess, but kind of like the idea, right? But the main reason I picked him is because I love scythes. Scythes are like my favorite like aesthetic weapon of all time. I just love the way they look. And since Reaper form is basically your constantly enshrouded form that looks like you're swinging a scythe the whole damn time, kind of like perfect for me. When it comes to the aesthetics, the way it looks, and since it is like melee as well, it's also like another, you know, cap in the feather of like, okay, that's kind of perfect for me. So I think it'll be exactly what I want, right? Because the Shroud form like kind of keeps you tanky and does good damage, and you hack and slash with like a set of scythe, and you have a lot of self-sustain and healing, I think, from it. Obviously it depends on like the build you go with and like the passives and stuff. But I saw a build that I can't find now, but I saw a build and I was interested because like I said, I'm a very lazy, low APM kind of player. Smooth brain, have an ass, you know. And this build I saw, obviously, like I said, the DPS isn't the best. I don't care about the DPS. I care about survivability and simplicity of playing, right? But the build was literally you entered shadow form and you spammed your 1k. And then eventually when you fell out of shadow form, you know, you have like 8-9 seconds, right? Depending on like, you know, boons and stuff you have on, like cooldown recovery and stuff. You have like 8 seconds before your shroud form comes back available, right? So you have like 8-9 seconds to generate life force to enter your shroud form again. And that's all the build did. Is it just, once you fell out of shroud form, you were just auto attacking with a dagger to generate as much life force as you could in that 8 seconds. So once your 8 seconds was up and you could enter shadow form again, you just went right back into shadow form, spamming your 1 key again. And you just stayed in it as long as you could. And then when you fell out of it, you just rinsed and repeated that process over and over and over again. So all you did was spam 1 key in both forms, and you just entered the shadow form every time it was off cooldown. That was the whole build. And it averaged somewhere between 30 and 35k DPS. Which obviously, you know, take that with a grain of salt because that was on the training dummy and it could have had all the buffs and benefits from being in a party and stuff like that. But like I said, I don't care if it's like the highest DPS or anything like that. I just care how easy is it to maintain. Like, do I have to focus? Do I have to pay attention? Do I cuck myself if I don't, like, you know, maintain a specific buff, or if I don't resource manage properly or whatever? Like how detrimental is it if I, you know, mess up my rotation slightly or whatever? Just want to be easy. I just want to be chill, right? I want to sit here, I want to chat with you guys, I want to hang out, and I don't want to have to worry about constantly being dead on the floor. I don't want to be a damn doormat, right? Yeah, and that's the thing, is like people were like, oh yeah, Revenant's really easy. Once you get the muscle memory down of the builds, it's really, really easy. And that's the thing, is like, I've never been a muscle memory person. Like, I played World of Warcraft for 15 years, and I still couldn't get my rotation down to like a muscle memory. Right? It's not a thing that I have. Like, don't get me wrong, I have muscle memory. So, like, if I go to play Path of the Exiles and you say, hey, how do I link an item in chat? I couldn't tell you what the button is. I could do it without thinking, which is muscle memory, but I don't, like, when it comes to like ability rotations and stuff like that, that has never been something I've ever been able to get down to a muscle memory, especially when it has to do with cooldowns, right? If I'm waiting on a 10-second cooldown, my body is not going to be like, all right, it's been roughly 10 seconds. You know what I mean? Like, never going to be that kind of person. So that's why I want something that's very forgiving, very simple, that I don't have to worry, oh, did I click this button in the exact timing I needed to, or, you know, blah, blah, blah. But like I said, for everything I've seen, it looks like a very simple, like, forgiving class. Like, oh, I started dying, go into Shroud form, spam buttons. Oh, my Shroud form fell off. Okay, well, wait for it to come off cooldown and go right back into it. Right, like, it's literally what I have noticed from the build altogether, and I'm okay with that. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be fine. I think I'll like it. I'm just hoping, because if I don't like this one, I end up having to go back to my warrior, which is, once again, fine. I don't mind. But at the end of the day, it's like I would like, so the goal to get you up to speed of like what we're doing here, right, is we are playing Ironman, which is different rules than what you find on freaking Google. I don't know who the fuck bright idea it is to say that Ironman means you can't die, because that is hardcore. And any way you look at it, that's hardcore, not Ironman. Now, they can both go together, they can mesh, they can be the same thing. But that's a hardcore Ironman, not an Ironman. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, oh shit, I'm dying here. Enter shadow form, right? Yeah. What up, G-Door? So what I'm doing is I'm playing Ironman, which basically all that really does is it means I can't trade people. I can't use the auction house, and I can't trade people. That's all it means. So I have to farm up all my own materials for my professions. I have to farm up like all my own gear, you know, whether it's crafting or doing dungeons or whatever. So I basically just have to do everything myself. That's literally all it means. So I'm doing that. But I'm also trying to kind of 100% complete at least one character from top to bottom, right? And what I mean by that is, I knew I was gonna fall. Is I want to start with full completion of the storyline from top to bottom in order. So do the regular storyline, season 1, season 2, Heart of Thorns, Living, season 3, Path of Fire, season 4, and work my way down. I'll have to buy the other expansions, but I want to do the full storyline from top to bottom. Once that is done, I want to do full masteries, top to bottom, which we're pretty close on the masteries. At least not okay, let me take it back. Not on the masteries themselves, but on some of them. Like for the basic part of the game, I've done, obviously it's not unlocked. I've done everything but the legendary one. So this one's almost done. I haven't worked on any of the other ones yet. So this is my step 2 is masteries. And then step 3 from that point, obviously I want to get my crafting done. I don't need to craft, I don't need to level up every crafting, like swapping from craft to craft. But I just need to get at least one craft set up so I can make my own relics and some gear and stuff like that. But my last goal is obviously to achievement hunt as many achievements as possible within reason. Which will entail me to replay a lot of the stories to get a bunch of like the achievements and the story modes and stuff like that. And then obviously boss hunt, maybe do some raids, obviously fractal hunt. I'll end up having to do some world versus world, but this is my last thing that I'm going to work towards is pure achievement hunting going forward. And I want to do this all on one character from start to finish. Like I said, I've already 100% map cleared on my warrior. I got like 80% on my guardian. I got like 80% on my revenant, and now I'm starting a new character. And then one of the achievements I know requires me to have one of every race. So I have to make a 5th character eventually, but he can be like level 5. It doesn't matter. But I have to buy every racial cosmetic from the main towns. So I'm going to end up making a 5th character eventually anyway. But anyway, that's kind of like the goal of the character. Find a character I like and kind of, like I said, push through the storyline, push through the masteries, obviously fully unlock all of these. But there's a caveat to this. Is I want to do it in a way that I'm not cheesing the game. Does that make sense? Like, so to explain what I mean by that is like, if I'm in the first, like the base game zones, right? The base game didn't really have mounts back in the day, right? It didn't have gliders. It didn't have mounts or anything like that. So all the vistas, right? All the jump puzzles, everything that's in the game, you couldn't cheese them. Like now with mounts, you can cheese it. Like for example, I can't jump up. Oh, let's say I couldn't jump up here, but I could mount, right? And I could, you know, unmount, which gets me a little higher, right? So this is apparent more in like Lionel's Arch, right? Where there's that vista. I haven't even been there on this character. But there's that vista right here where it's on the box. You can cheese that with the mount. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying not to cheese as much as possible. So what I tend to do is I jump off my mount and I do the correct pathing that's intended for the vistas, the jump puzzles, and so on, without cheesing it as much as possible. But I try not to use my glider to make certain jumps. I try not to use movement speed buffs for my specific characters. The only reason I use my mount at all is to speed up map traversal. So like jumping across like chasms like this, where I don't want to have to run all the way around, or just running in general because it's faster. But I use it for map traversal to speed things up, but I try not to cheese as much as possible. So I'm trying to respect the authentic experience if I was to have played the game in its original form. But then once I get down to, you know, Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire, where the Raptor mount was available, I'm okay with using the Raptor mount to cheese some of the mechanics, right? Same thing with like the glider. I'm okay with using it. Now, there's a caveat to that caveat is if I'm doing a jump puzzle and I miss my jump, I'm okay with pulling out my glider to prevent me from falling to my death. Right? I'll use my glider to like reposition like to a spot where I've already made it to a bunch of times, and then start from there instead of restarting the jump puzzle from scratch. I will cheese it in that way, but I'm not using mesmer teleports to complete it for myself. I'm not using, you know, any other cheesy mechanics of like mounts to bypass certain aspects or certain abilities on certain classes that can teleport me from one place to the other, so I don't have to like do mechanics and stuff. I'm trying to do it in its like true form the best that I can. So I mean, that's kind of like where our thought process and our playstyle is kind of headed right now. Same thing with the hero souls, right? Yeah, I could easily go to expansions. Yo, Lost, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying it. But when it comes to these, yes, I could go to like Path of Fire and those places, and I can do hero souls there, and I could easily max out, you know, my elite class if I wanted to, and I can get right into my build ASAP. But I'm trying to, like I said, do it in order, right? I want to get all of my hero souls from the standard place to max out what I can before heading to the expansion places to get a bunch of extra hero souls. And yes, it puts my build behind and slows down that process, and it makes things a little bit more tedious and annoying. But I want to feel it like in its true form, right? And like, I don't mind like it. So there are times that I'm okay with cheesing it, right? And that's because I've already done it like 30 times, right? So there's some jump puzzles that you will see me cheese occasionally because I've already done them a bunch. I don't need to do them again because I've already done them, right? Or some of the vistas, like they're tedious and annoying in some situations. It's like, what's the point of putting myself through it over and over and over again if I've already done it like 2 or 3 times, right? So there are aspects where I will cheese it because I know I've done it a bunch already. All right, I know there's an achievement to get a bunch of these toxic seeds, so I'm taking a minute. But some people are like, oh, well, that means you can't do raids and stuff because you can't party. It's like, oh, no, that's not what this means. So I'm okay with partying with people to do dungeons and to do raids and world events and stuff like that. What I don't want is to be straight up carried. Now, I don't mind in certain situations. For example, the Nightmare Tower. There ain't no goddamn way I'm completing that bitch by myself. And there's no way to avoid being carried most of the time, especially if you can't find an actual party. So being carried through the Nightmare Tower isn't bad, but I don't want to basically just be sitting there leeching it. I want to actually participate. If I can't participate, I don't want to do it. So if I'm literally just dead on the floor the whole time, not helping at all, I don't want the completion. As long as I can contribute and I can help, I'm fine with somebody like being there kind of doing most of the work and, you know, walking me through it and helping me out and clearing it for me, as long as I'm actually able to participate and help. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is like there's a lot of things that a new player coming in has to experience as part of the storyline and stuff, and nobody does the content. So finding someone to do it kind of sucks. But I have a viewer / friend that comes in and helps me out all the time. His name's Camp, and he has an actual YouTube video of doing it, but he solos the Nightmare Tower, and he has soloed the entire thing in under 30 minutes. All right, Edge, I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Have a good night. I'll talk to you later. Can't wait to play some Path of Exiles this weekend. It's gonna be fucking awesome. But yeah, he goes in and he literally straight solos the Nightmare Tower. So I mean, I don't know how impressive that is, because like obviously to me that's impressive because I can't do jack all in that place. But yeah, he's kind of nutty. I think he plays an engineer, like a spear engineer, and he just fucking destroys that place. Crazy. But yeah, he helped me out with it the other day. There is a couple bosses, like I think he obviously wiped a few times because of like, you know, some bosses that do spawn are a little harder than others. But majority of majority of it he can just easily solo, no problems, no questions asked. He kind of just does it. Yeah, and that's the thing is like nowadays the amount of power people have compared to what they had back in the day is night and day. It's crazy compared. And what's funny is you wouldn't expect a game with no vertical progression to have power creep, but there's a lot of power creep in this game. I don't even know where it comes from. Well, obviously, okay, I can see that elite specs being power creeped, but I also feel like nerfs and buffs to things happen year after year that give indirect power creep to the game, even if there's not vertical progression. Kind of like what you're saying, like new elite classes, but obviously nerfs and buffs to two classes and buffs and abilities that have already been in place for a long time. Like they nerf things and they buff things as things come along. So, I mean, I guess it's to be expected that there will be power creep even without power creep. That thing fighting me from all the way over there? That's some bullshit. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like it used to be way harder than it is now, but it's still, in my opinion, pretty impressive if you can solo that place. Because some of those like events and mini bosses, they're no joke. Especially at floor 3, where it has all that like that degen, like the dots and stuff, where you have to enter the air purification to like stop the dots from doing damage to you. Like, just that area alone kind of sucks, because you're fighting the mobs and you're running from air purifier to air purifier, and it's just, it can be a real suck. But yeah, he helped me go in there to clear things and to get some stuff. Now, there's some still achievements I have to achieve in that place. I think I have to open up the box a couple more times. Like, I think I have to open it a total of 10 times or something like that, or 7 times. I think I've only opened it like 3 or something. And then there was a few other things. Because I got all the chests, I got all the pages and the papers and the discoverables and stuff. But I think I have to clear the place a couple more times. I have to open the box a couple more times. And I have to do a handful more events in the zone as well. So it's not a whole lot, but it is a handful of things I still got to complete there. And then that achievement for that place will be done, and I won't have to go back like ever again. But there's another place that I was doing after that. It's like the Lionize Arch instanced one. That one, I got all the rubble done, but there's the other achievement where it wants you to like kind of clear the whole place. I couldn't do that because as I was doing it solo, and I was clearing a bunch of the events and I was clearing the map and stuff. But what the problem I ran into was there was one event that had a champion that spawned, and on my power revenant that I was playing, I couldn't kill the champion. And since I couldn't kill the champion solo, there was no way I could actually beat the zone because I can't clear that one zone. So I ended up having to like stop trying, and I figured I'd come back and do it later when I was a little stronger on another character or something, or maybe get some people together. But I was talking with Camp because there was an event I wanted to do, a meta event. And he was telling me it happens every 2 hours, but most people don't do it. Because you need 50 people or something. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like up in the north. You have to enter it from up here somewhere. But you like talk to somebody up here and you enter it every like 2 hours and it goes in. And you need 50 people to actually do it or some shit. And he told me, he's like, hey, if you want to do that, you got to give me pre-notice, basically. And he said he could put a build, or he could put a group together to actually do the content. Yeah, like this champion here, bro. Like, I have to clear that champion later for some sort of storyline. But, yeah, he was telling me he could help me get that event done as well for some achievements. No, did I pull it? Did I pull it? Hope I didn't pull it. Right here. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. I wasn't paying attention!
I need help. Give up yet?
I wasn't paying attention! Damn it! I hate that spider, dude. Yeah, I think I've seen like 55,000 a couple times. I think camp has almost all the achievements. The spider one's actually, if you have enough sustain, it's not too terrible. You just have to stay in melee range so he doesn't cocoon you. As long as you stay in melee range on the spider and you dodge his breath, he's not too terrible. But his auto attacks do hit really hard. You need to have either enough defense or enough sustainability to just not die to auto attacks, honestly. But some of them do really suck. They either hit really fucking hard or they have a lot of like mechanical things that you can't stand in, or you have to like stun break to actually maintain. And I'm really bad about stun breaking. But I'm hoping to get better at the game eventually. But we will be taking a break from Guild Wars for a little while come this weekend. I don't know if any of you guys are, you know, multi-gamers or anything, but we will be playing Path of Exiles starting this weekend. I will be working, so I won't actually be streaming it this weekend, but next week during my streams, we will be on Path of Exiles. Yeah, I'm really bad about the CC bar. I'm really bad about knowing how to like break them. But yeah, we're gonna be jumping into the new PoE league for sure. Maybe I can help this guy. Oh, he jumped down and then realized what it was. He said, "Oh hell no, I'm out of here." He said, "Fuck this." But yeah, if any of you are interested in playing some PoE this weekend, or like, you know, like next week while I'm streaming it, feel free to chime in, come hang out. If you have any questions, or maybe it's like a game you've never gotten into and you want to get into it, or if you're used to it and you've been playing and you're a veteran, if you want to come just chill, answer questions, hang out, chill, whatever, feel free anytime. I'm always around. But yeah, we'll be hopefully jamming out on PoE this week. Probably I usually play PoE for 1 to 2 weeks, sometimes 3 if the league's really fun, and then we'll get back into Guild Wars after that. So if you happen to come back next week and you're like, "Oh, well, this guy's not playing Guild Wars, I'm just gonna unfollow his ass," just know I am a variety streamer. I play a lot of different games, mostly MMORPGs, and I do hop around from MMO to MMO. But I typically stick with one for a decent amount of time, like 2 to 3 months each before I switch, you know, games. But I always come back eventually. Like it took me 5 years to come back to this one because I had so many new games I was playing and trying and experiencing. But we do take intermittent like palate cleansing breaks from our games. So, because we do get burnt out doing what we normally do on a daily basis. So basically what it'll be is like I said, I use PoE as a good palate cleanser. So every like 3 or 4 months, we'll go and play PoE for a couple weeks and then we get right back into our grind. And that's usually what we end up doing every Path of Exiles league. And as I said, we like to play with people, like from our viewers, and we like to help people out. So we do like to bring new people into the game. We do like to answer questions, help them grow, explain things to them. And we don't like giving cookie cutter answers in any game we play. So the thing I like to tell people the most is ask whatever you want. I'm going to give you all the knowledge I can give you, even if it's out of the realm of what you asked me, because you don't know what you don't know. I like to give more information than is required for any question that's asked, and I like you guys to make your own sound decisions of what you want to do with the information after I give it to you. But I also tell people, hey, just because I'm playing Guild Wars doesn't mean you can't ask me about like RuneScape. Just because I'm playing, you know, fucking Counter-Strike doesn't mean you can't ask me about Guild Wars 2 or whatever. I don't care what you guys ask me. I don't care what game I'm playing at the current time. I'm always willing to stop what I'm doing to answer questions and help people. Just what I enjoy doing. So don't feel like, oh, I can't ask him because he's not playing my game. Or I don't know if he's ever played that game, so I'm just not going to ask him. Just ask. Only one way you're going to know is if you ask me. I have played lots of video games. I might not be top #1, latest and greatest world record breaking kind of player, but I usually have enough information or knowledge in most games that I have played to at least get you on the right track. Point you in the right direction. Oh man, oh man. But yeah, at some point we're gonna need to get into fractal grinding, and that's gonna be a learning curve. And then I'll probably have to actually clear the raids for some achievements and stuff. So that's gonna be fun because I love raids. Let me tell you, fucking love them, and that's death. Oh god, that's death. I can't fight veterans right now. I am not strong enough to fight veterans. Want to get this heart done. But I do appreciate y'all coming in. I do appreciate the raid. I do appreciate y'all hanging out, chatting, lurking, hanging out, and the follows and stuff. It's super generous and appreciative. Come on. Ew. He smushed me. Ah, didn't dodge that one. Yeah, I don't normally do events, but this is a pretty easy event, I think. I mean, it would have been easy if I was here sooner, maintaining the defense on at least 2 of these guys. Oh man. Hell yeah. Knew it was easy. Got the heart done. At the point of interest. We'll get the fast travel. I'm getting a little hungry. I might go make me a snack really quick after we finish this heart. Tied me over. Still breakfast. Nice, we got points of interest up there we gotta hit. Let's go hit up those.
Help me over here.
There's that one.
Use some help.
Alright, done there. Done here. Alright, get to the next spot. Be a nice little stopping point. Yeah, I'm just gonna go make a canned chicken really quick. Take me like 2 minutes, and then we'll sit here, we'll eat, and then we'll get back to the grind. Yeah, just give me just a minute, guys. I'm gonna go, like I said, grab this. I'm gonna go into this tower really quick. I'm gonna go make my food. I just don't like getting hungry because then I get grumpy. When I get grumpy, I just sit here and complain about the game the whole time. And I know most people don't like listening to me complaining about the video game, even though it deserves it most of the time. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back. All right. Got our food. Now we just gotta actually stir it together and put it on our tortillas and actually eat it. Ugh. But what kind of stuff do you guys typically do on a daily basis in your guys' Guild Wars? I know majority of people that I watch play World versus World, and I'm not gonna lie, I can't watch that shit. I don't like PvP very much, as it is, but that shit just, it's interesting. It kind of reminds me of like Planet Side, where it's like faction versus faction versus faction taking over the map, and I like Planet Side, but I don't know what it is, man, about MMOs and PvP just don't mix with me. But then, like, other people I watch play Guild Wars, and they're running around doing fractals or raids, and those are just as boring to watch. And here's my problem I have with games, right? Is I find one of two things is either is true about gaming, right? Well, I mean, there's probably a couple other caveats to this too, but the main thing I run into is majority of the games that I see on Twitch are very boring to watch, right? But just because they're boring to watch doesn't mean they're not boring, that they're boring to play, right? This game is really fun to play, but I find it really boring to watch, right? It's kind of like baseball for me, right? Baseball is really fucking boring to watch. Same with golf, right? Just really boring entertainment-wise of like a spectator sport-wise. But if you're actually playing it and you're the one doing the work, I feel like it's much more enjoyable. It's much more fun, right? Like if I'm standing out in the outfield and I'm catching the ball and I'm throwing to the infield and trying to get people out and I'm competing or whatever, it's a lot more fun than me sitting in the bleachers or sitting in my bedroom watching it on the TV, right? Night and day difference. And I feel like that's the problem I have with a lot of games. Because I watch streamers play and the game just looks really boring, right? Watching them like smashing buttons, talking to chat, completing things, and getting gear or whatever. It's like, okay, that's cool and all, but like, this looks so fucking boring, right? And that's the problem I have with the game is like, I don't like watching it. I like playing it. I just don't like watching it. So it's hard for me to like learn more about the game by watching people because I just can't do it. It drives me insane. Like, I turn it on and within 15 seconds, I'm turning it off. But then you got a lot of people that they actually really enjoy watching it and not playing it. So I mean, there's obviously two variations there, but I typically find that games that are boring to watch typically are really fun to play. But games that are really fun to watch might not always be fun to play. Yeah, that's another thing about this game. I'm not a vertical player in any game I play. Lost. I don't like vertical progression, which is why I kind of settled on coming back to Guild Wars, because they're all about horizontal stuff, achievements, legendaries, masteries, storylines, stuff like that. It's all about unlocks and exploring, having fun. Not so much about, all right, this is the new raid, this is the new dungeon, this is the new gear, this is the new level cap. Stuff like that vertical stuff. It's all about horizontal. And yeah, I mean, legendaries are on my list to try for, but it's not a requirement for my playthrough. But I can see a legendary farming being like a viable, like everyday progressional thing. Because the number one killer for video games for me is if I'm not seeing progression, right? If I'm not seeing checklists being marked off or percentage increasements going on, right? Like if I need to farm up 100 of something and I'm farming and I'm farming and I'm farming, and after 5 or 6 hours, I haven't really progressed at all, I get really discouraged and bored. But if I'm seeing like the numbers trickling in, I can see that progression making progress and I'm getting closer to the end of my check mark, I stay engaged, I stay excited and entertained, and I keep playing. But the reason I quit this game originally is because I wasn't into fractals, I wasn't into dungeons, and I wasn't into horizontal progression back then, because that was 5 years ago. I've changed my ways over getting older and stuff. And all I was doing was just going from world boss to world boss. Every night I would log in and I would just do the world bosses and I'd log off. That's really boring, right? After 5-6 months of doing that, like, that's pretty fucking boring. Like, if we look at my achievements, put this in perspective, I haven't done like any world bosses since I've come back. But if we look at some of like the world bosses, right? I finished Triple Trouble already. I've almost finished Tequatl. Right? And you can see I've made progress towards the Shatter. I don't even remember who this one is, but I've made progress on this. And I haven't done any world bosses. So you can kind of see like what I was doing. You know, like, look at this. I don't know what the hell this is, but I did all this. But as I was saying, I wasn't seeing any progression on the account, which is why the world boss farm was getting boring. Exactly, Lost. Like, whatever is like tickling your fancy at that point, you know, as long as your Twinkie's getting creamed, it doesn't matter what you're doing. As long as you're having fun, as long as you're enjoying your time, do whatever's fun, do whatever's having a good time, you know. And you never know, like, for example, I was bored of boss fighting because I wasn't seeing any progression, but if I'm sitting there achievement hunting and I can see the achievements being completed, right? Like, if I'm in here, like, I'm pretty close to finishing this. So me knowing, oh, I need to go and do it to Quaddle, right? I need to do blah, 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 blah. If I'm seeing progression on this, it keeps me engaged. Even though I'm bored of the boss fights, this actually keeps me engaged because I'm actually seeing progression towards completion. So it might not be something I would enjoy. Same thing with World versus World. I don't like PvP. But seeing these achievements, seeing me like working towards these achievements or whatever, and completion is to get these done for like the titles and, you know, the items or the points, I wouldn't hate it. Even though I don't like that content, I would still do it because I'm seeing progression. Like I said, it just boils down to what are you in the mood for? And that's one thing this game excels at, is it has so many things for you to do. Every day you can find something new to do. You're not forced to doing the same content every single day. Kind of reminds me of Black Desert in that way, because Black Desert has so much to offer. You almost always have something to do. All right, we're almost done with our food. But yeah, Lost. What other games do you play, or what other things do you enjoy doing other than playing Guild Wars? If you don't mind me asking. Bro, Lost, I've been saying that for years. If they can literally take Black Desert and add as much horizontal progression as, like, say, Guild Wars 2 has or something, it would be a phenomenal game. Because the only problem Black Desert has is it's almost all single player. They don't have group content, and their horizontal progression is very limited. I mean, I agree. Open world PvP kind of blows. But I'm going to say in the 13,000 hours I have in that game, I've only been killed 5 times. So, I'm just going to say, like, that's what I meant by, like, the game is, like, very single player focused. Because it's either you're PvPing or you're grinding by yourself. So if they had group content and they had PvE servers where you couldn't open world PvP, I feel like that game would be way better than it is now. Now, it still has its own downsides, like its enhancing process really blows to getting better gear and stuff. So it does have vertical progression, but I think that game is hands down one of the best MMOs, but with the added caveat that it's also one of the worst MMOs. Again, it's not so much bringing in PvE stuff, it's bringing in more group content. Right? They have dungeons that are basically solo dungeons. So they don't really have raids. They have world bosses, but there's so many people, or it's so meh that you don't even need a group. You know, they don't really have raids. They don't really have like group dungeons. They don't have any like PvE like focused things like wars, right? They have wars, but they're PvP. But I mean like PvE type of wars, or like wave-based content or anything like that. Like achievements are kind of like whatever in that game. Like, it's lacking a lot. But for everything that it's lacking, it has a counterpart that's like very good. And that's why I say it's the best but the worst, because a lot of the stuff that it has to offer that they do right is phenomenal. But for everything that they have that's right, they have like 2 things that are wrong. Yeah, I feel like if they had alternate ways of like accomplishing the same goals, like for example, the main thing in that game is you go and grind mobs to get certain drops to attempt upgrades, right? But that item only drops off of a specific mob, right? So I feel like if they were to add like a dungeon that also dropped those same items, that was group content oriented, where you had like a guy dedicated to being a tank, a guy dedicated as being a support, and then a bunch of people being DPS, like a traditional MMO. And you could get these items from the dungeons as well as farming them like solo, single player. That would be sick, right? Because then you could group up with your friends. You guys can go and farm stuff together as a group. And you could do something other than mindlessly grind a single mob for days on end, right? that'd be cool. And then if they had raids that introduce like other forms of ways to acquire other upgrade materials and stuff like that as well, that'd be cool, right? We give people other things to do to acquire the same exact stuff, but in different ways. But yeah, the combat in that game is phenomenal. Like, I don't think any other game comes close to the combat that BDO has to offer. Like, I truly believe that. Their combat is just absolutely fantastic. But to get off the combat for a second, like low key, their professions are hands down some of the best professions of any game I've ever played. They have some absolutely fantastic professions. Like, just the way that they do their professions is absolutely fantastic. Oh yeah, thanks. I just finished eating. I forgot. Thanks, appreciate it. Because some games, like, they do the professions well, but they also miss an aspect. So one of the things that I really like about the professions in BDO, right, is you get increasements and benefits for leveling them. So every time you level them, shit, I pissed off a champion. Every time you level them, you get mastery points. So for every level, you know, from this level to this level, you get like 5 mastery, and you get like 10 mastery, and so on and so forth. But the more mastery you have, the stronger your profession is, right? So now you went from, you know, being able to double proc to being able to triple proc, right? And maybe cost you less this or less that or whatever, right? Like, there's a benefit for leveling it. And a problem is a lot of games don't have that. You just level it to level it, right? So getting to max level means something in BDO, but in other games, getting to max level is just getting to max level. It's like, it's a byproduct of actually just doing the profession. It's not like, hey, I need to get to max level before I can even actually do what I'm trying to do. It's, I can do whatever I want to do at level 20, but by the time I finish what I'm doing, I'm level 100. The other games are like, BDO is like, the higher level I get, the stronger I get, the better, and you know, the more I get out of it. It's much better in that sense, right? And then there's profession gear to go with it to make it even stronger and faster. So it adds another layer. Profession gear, huge, right? So having profession gear, having like mastery points and increasements and enhancements while leveling is huge. Not just milestones, but actual like legit incremental progression per level. Huge for us. And then the leaderboard systems are huge. Like, a lot of games have leaderboards for, you know, your levels and your abilities, but the thing they don't take into consideration is when you have a cap on a level, right? Once someone hits that cap and they've taken that leaderboard position, no one can ever retake that position, right? So if you're the very first person to ever cap out on woodchopping, you will always be number 1 from there until the game closes, which is bullshit, right? I feel like if you stop playing the game and you're no longer playing and other people are still playing and they've chopped more trees than you've chopped, they should take your position, right? So I feel like a lot of games, they kind of ruin the game with the leaderboard systems when they add a limitation like EXP caps or whatever the leaderboard is calculating. There's a cap. So either add prestige to it or don't calculate it based off of levels, calculate it based off of like quantity of something. So there's no way that someone that quits the game can maintain their rank 1 position over people that have been playing, right? Like you play the game on launch, you play it for 2 weeks, you get rank 1 in wood cutting, you quit the game. 15 years later, you come back to the game, you're still ranked number 1. When there's another guy that's been playing for 15 years and has chopped 1 trillion more trees than you have, and he's still level, like, he's like 1500th on the leaderboard, right? Like, because he came a little later than the other people that grinded the, like, that's stupid. Now, I kind of like the leaderboard system for BDO, but it does have some limitation in it because it is level oriented. But with how hard it is to level and get XP in those high rankings, very few people have actually hit max EXP in those skills. So the rankings make sense. But one thing I do like about the ranking and the leaderboard systems for their game is it's server based, right? So if you're playing on server 1 and then you switch to server 2, you know, you might be ranked 10 on one and you might be 50 on another, because it just depends on who else is on that server, of like how, you know, how high up on the leaderboard you are on that server. I kind of like that only because the way that they display the leaderboard systems on the character, you have like icons over your head to show like bragging rights of, hey, I have the most farming XP on this server. I'm ranked number 1. I'm ranked number 2 or whatever. It's kind of like a bragging rights kind of enjoyment thing than it is more of anything else. I do wish they had an overall like NA leaderboard system, not just a, hey, you're on this server you're currently playing on blah blah blah, you are ranked number 5. So I mean, like I said, it has its pros and cons, both of them, and that's what I'll say. It's like with everything that BDO does right, they do something wrong. But like you said, I really wish someone would kind of hodgepodge some of these games together, because some of them would be just fantastic. And one of the downsides is, I don't know if you've seen the game or played the game, is Quinfall. Quinfall actually has tried to do that. They have hodgepodged a handful of games together into one game. But it being a new game and a very understaffed company, they have one dev and like 7 GMs. They don't really have the dev team to really keep up with what they need to keep up with. But since the game is new, obviously, new games struggle at this because they don't have enough cook time to put all the content in, and they just need time to process and progress and increase and add things and whatever. They're currently in the process of trying to actually polish the game, and that's one of the big problems that a lot of game companies have, is they focus so heavily on adding content and focusing heavily on either PvE or PvP that they neglect content for either one or the other. Like they heavily focus on PvP and now they have no PvE content, or they heavily focus on PvE and they have no PvP content. But then while they're focusing on adding content to make people happy and be like, hey, look, you guys got plenty of stuff to do, because that's one of the big gripes that people have is, oh, there's not enough content, I'm bored, I've done everything, so on and so forth. People get bored, people quit the game pretty quickly and easily. So their goal is, okay, let's just add a lot of content. Well, the catch-22 to this is you can add as much content as you want, but if you're not polishing, adding quality of life, and like buffing and nerfing the things that you're adding and paying attention to the actual content that's being added, it doesn't matter how much content you add if the content you're adding is shit, right? If there's aspects of your game that need to be quality of life and fixed and polished, and you're focusing on adding content instead of fixing the scuffed shit, doesn't matter how much content you add, because no one's going to want to play your game. And that's currently where Quinfall's at. Quinfall's on a point where all they're doing is adding content. And the content they're adding is cool, but the mechanics of the game are shit. Right? So they're never going to go anywhere until they start polishing. Now, they've kind of realized this, and right now they're on a kick of polishing quality of life. They put down the content expansions, and they've actually focused on, you know, trying to make the game less clunky and more smooth and, you know, stuff like that, which is good. But, like I said, single dev, doesn't matter if it's single dev or not, but it's a single dev, which is slowing down the process a little bit. And it's new. So any new game needs lots of time to add content. Because like people are like, oh, well, this game's shit, there's not a lot to do, I'm just gonna go play WoW or whatever, right? Problem is people aren't understanding that the games that they're comparing them to, WoW, Final Fantasy, Guild Wars 2, you know, whatever. These games have been around 15, 20 years. They've had so much time to add content that they can't compete, or they can't be compared to games that are brand new, right? These brand new games need time to cook. They need time to add content. They need time to, polish and refine and add quality of life and stuff, right? But if you give them time, you give them time to cook, and they're doing the right thing in the right order, and they're actually putting the right effort in, the game could be good. It just needs time, right? And that's what I'm saying too, though. Is like, I think it's a good game. I think it has great potential. It has great bones. They obviously have some of those catch 22s that I was talking about with, like, they have leaderboards, but people that are rank 1 on the leaderboard right now are always going to be in the rank 1 leaderboard going forward, and that's kind of bad for anybody coming to the game in like 10 years. The game's still out. They're never going to be able to be on the leaderboards because leaderboards are already taken. So I don't like that. Unless they add some sort of prestige system or some way that you can overtake people that are ahead of you in the leaderboards at some point in some way, shape, or form, then it makes it pointless to even try to even get into the game at a late point. But yeah, the game needs time to cook, needs time to add content, needs time to increase its quality of life and its potential and things like that. And that's like with any new game. New World had the same problem. After 5 years of New World finally adding content and releases and expansions, it finally hit like a fantastic position of a good content, good foundation, quality of life, everything was in place, and then they killed the game. They're like, all right, see you guys, have a nice life, we're not doing it anymore. It's like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? You finally got it right and you fucking cucked yourself. Like, ugh. All right, you guys are gonna be hit with an ad, so I'll wait a little bit to keep chatting, and then we can keep talking after that. So give me just a few minutes for the ad to play, and take it from there. All right, let's see what we're dealing with.
I wonder what's here.
I don't know how to deal with the poison guys.
Need help!
Oh, bucket of water. That might work. Okay, maybe not. Not this. Alright, I don't know how to heal them. Okay, so I can't kill that guy. Alright, so the ad should be over. But yeah, like, talking about Quinfall, man, like, that game, I'm really sad about it, honestly. Because I really... The fuck just happened? I really liked that game. I'm really, like, sad about it, because it has such a good foundation, such a simple, good foundation of a game, but they did so many things wrong. Like, one of the things that I fucking despise about the game more than anything, why does this guy keep teleporting me up to the top? I don't understand. Is the professions don't make any fucking sense. So one of the biggest things I hate about the game is their professions, right? So they have professions, and professions are cool and all. You know, you do your stuff and things. You know, you gather the materials, you take the materials, and you turn it into other materials, and you craft gear and so on and so forth. It's fine. That's great. It's fine and dandy. The problem I truly have with it was what ends up happening is, let's take mining for example. Level 1 mining, you can do like copper, you can do like coal and copper, right? And then when you get to like level 5, you can do like iron and, you know, so on and so forth. The problem is that mining copper at level 1 gives the same amount of XP as mining mithril at level 70. So there's no EXP difference on what you're mining. Same thing with hunting or herblores or tree chopping or any of the other professions. There's no benefit to doing the higher level stuff other than what's required for the actual crafts and whatnot, right? So if the craft requires mithril, then you need mithril. But the actual mining portion of it, or the herbal portion of it, there's no difference in mining one versus the other, which is really dumb. And the crafting, there's a few min-max methods of like, oh, well, crafting sickles is better EXP than crafting fishing rods or whatever, right? Because it takes less materials, but it gives the same amount of XP. So there's like the min-maxes of those, which that doesn't make sense either. It should be based off of the amount of materials required to craft the good, rather than, hey, everything has the same XP, gives the same XP, but you have to do, you know, this one takes more than the other one. Like, it just doesn't make fucking sense, right? So like that's the problem I was having with it. It's just there was no consistency across the board of like making any type of logical sense. They were just like, oh, well, hey, just go and mine copper until you know, until you fall asleep, and you'll level just as fast as someone mining mithril. It's like, okay, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And then, like I said, when it comes to like other things, like crafting goods, right? Crafting a sword that takes like 50 resources gives the same amount of XP as crafting a shield that takes 15 resources. So it's like, why would you make a sword if you can just make the other thing? I don't know. It did, like, the logic wasn't there. And then when it came to the professions, it was the same problem. I mean, when it came to the leaderboards, it also had that same issue, because once you max your profession level out, you were maxed out, and no one could take your position ever. You were just permanently at that position. It's just, I don't know, didn't make a whole lot of sense. Anyway, yeah, that was my big problem with that game. And it was like way too PvP oriented. And they gave zero incentive to doing any of the open world stuff. So it's like there was no reason to do world bosses. There was no reason to like, you know, do any of the chest runs or the puzzle rooms or anything like that. There was no reason for like doing most of the stuff. And like one of the bigger problems was like you needed to craft high tier gear to have a chance at like this gear or whatever. And when it came to the crafting, you could craft this gear at profession like level 70 profession level or whatever. You could technically make the best in slot items at a lower level. When the profession level goes to 100 and you're sitting here making best gear at level 70, it doesn't make any sense. But what's the point of it going to 100 if you're already at, you know, the capability of making what you're trying to make at level 70? Just like I said, it just didn't make a lot of sense. So, kind of just irked me quite a bit. But it was a fun game. I really enjoyed grinding the professions and leveling this stuff up. It just, once I got to that realization that it just didn't make any fucking sense, kind of got bored of it and stopped doing it. Because another thing that like really grinded my gears about the professions was you had auto fishing, which was fine, and you had other things that didn't make sense that they weren't automatic, right? So for example, there was water harvesting. So you needed to go up to the water and you needed to harvest water. For example, walk up, press F, right? Problem is you had to continuously hold the F key down or continuously press the F key every time it was like ready to be done again. But there was no auto feature for it. So you had to literally put a marble on your fucking keyboard to continuously gather water indefinitely, basically, right? So to continuously gather water while you weren't like sitting there holding the button down yourself, you had to put a marble or something on your keyboard or use a program to, you know, do it for you, right? To hold the key down for you. So you're using macros and stuff like that to accomplish the same goal. So now you're in the gray area of like, now you're using third-party programs to, you know, exploit this. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with using third-party programs for anything. But then you could use the same thing with gathering resources, chopping trees, or, you know, gathering ores and stuff. Is the way their system was designed was, I'm gonna try and help this guy out really quick. Was as long as you were holding down the interact key when the item spawned, it would as long as you were holding down the key, it would automatically interact with it when it spawned, right? So as long as you're standing in front of where the rock spawned and you hit the E key when it freaking popped up, then you would just instantly start, you know, harvesting it. So you could literally put a marble on your E key and you could just whatchamacallit, you could just like walk away from your computer, go to sleep, come back, and you would just been harvesting ore the entire night without having to actually be there. And I didn't like that. It felt very lazy. It felt very kind of just meh and kind of cheesy that people were allowed to do this. I hated it. Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate.
Now
And he falls down to a veteran.
Let me out. They can't take me down.
Oh, Lost, if you're still chilling, listening, lurking, since you do main a Necro, maybe I can just ask you rather than looking it up right now. What, for the Reaper build, right, I'm assuming it's a power Reaper build, right, that I'm shooting for. What traits and stuff am I putting on? Like, when it comes to the build here, which one am I putting on? Which specializations? Because I know it's 2 of these and then it's Reaper. But which 2 is it? Something that like minimizes the amount of buttons I have to hit, but also giving me kind of simplicity of like just being able to like auto attack and just kind of cruise kind of thing. Because I know there's like one in there that's like, oh, when you fear something, you get more damage, right? So it's like you want to fear them, so you have to use a different ability to cause the fear. And then there's other ones of like converting, getting more damage when things have boons on them or don't have boons or something, or converting boons into negatives or something. I know there's like options like that as well. I figured I'd ask if you know, like a pick your brain while you're here. All right, Tom. Almost done with this one. Ooh, whew. That hurt a little bit. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Alright, so let's see here. So I think that's all done. Now we got point of interest, EP, and a little section up here. Oh, mate, remember I was like struggling with the whole sailing boats and stuff like that, getting them to 400. Well, I finally switched off of the few boats than like the beginning boats, the ones that are time consuming as hell. And I started, I've gotten like 5 boats done now. Like they're so quick. And once I get off the first like couple islands, doing those first couple boats, the rest of them just kind of cruise. I need this freaking spider to move so I can res this guy. I want to res him. I want to res him. Spider's too close. No, 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 no. Go the other way. Bro, why did he leave? I was gonna res him. Bro. Oh, you traded a lot? Yeah. I didn't do a lot of the gold stuff yet. So I still have boat 1 to finish. But boat 2, 3, I think 4 are done. I think everything from boat 2 to like boat like 8 or 9 is done, except for boat 1. Let's look really quick. Yeah, so we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're up to 10 right now. And we still got boat 1. Boat 1's pretty close. It's got 30 levels left. I just need a ton of metal for it. Bro. Cable, you need to stay in melee range so he doesn't cocoon you. Alright, well that worked. Alright, alright, so we got that. Discover up there. I guess no one's gonna do that one. Whoop.
I promise a painful end.
One out. I want out. Let me out. Let me out. Alright, oh, we need to do that one. Let's go this way. Can we actually get through here? Ooh, okay, okay, sweet. Ugh. Alright, we'll get this vista. Yeah, doing the map completion definitely slows down our story progression. But I'm okay with it. 'Cause I enjoy doing it, so. Huh. Who would do this one again? Alright. There's that. Now let's head south and head to this vista. Hmm. That's a cool mount. That's so cool.
You must like pain.
Go up, G-Train. Everything's going pretty good so far. You know, so far so good. Not doing a whole lot of much of anything, honestly. Kind of chilling. Oh, am I not supposed to kill a rabbit? I don't think I'm supposed to kill a rabbit. Yeah, I've been trying to play like more relaxing stuff lately. Stuff that I can like, I'm not sweat lording, I'm not try harding. Like it's not like I don't have to put a lot of effort into it. I'm just kind of chilling, you know? Lounge back, you know, hang out, AFK some stuff. Kind of simplicity things. Like off stream, I've been playing a lot of EVE Online and just like kind of AFKing, mining materials in like high security areas so I don't really chance dying. And kind of just mellowing out, just chilling, right? Just sitting here watching TV, mining some materials and some ores, maybe turning those ores and materials into some like crafting recipes, and like crafting some goods so they turn around and sell to people. Like, just been real chill. One of the few games that I really like just playing for its just chill sake. Even though it's an open world PvP game and you can't trust anybody, like it still has a lot of chillness to the game, I find. Depends on like what you're just doing. I will. So typically when it comes to upgrading my PC, I'm always at least one graphics card behind the most current. And I typically upgrade every other series. But I did skip the 40 series. So I might grab a 50 series when the 60 series comes out. It just depends on if I find something for a good price. Like that's honestly the indicator if I buy a new card or not is can I get a good price. My 2060 that I'm rocking right now, G-Train, first off, I'm not having any like graphical problems with any games I'm playing, right? So there's no reason to upgrade right now because my graphics card isn't having a problem. But secondly, I got my graphics card for like $250. And looking at the other graphics cards being over $1,000, it's a really hard sell for me to want to spend $1,000 to do an upgrade. When I don't need it. I could use it, don't get me wrong, but I don't need it, is the problem. I mean, so the thing is, there might not be a 60 series, but they might go to a new version, right? So whatever next year's model is going to be is what I'm getting at. But once again, it basically boils down to what's the next generation card that's going to be better than what I'm rocking that's actually a reasonable price. Basically what it boils down to. So usually I tend to look for a new graphics card when the one I'm rocking is actually struggling to play the games that I'm playing. If my card starts to struggle and I start to have a problem where I need like better graphics or whatever, then I kind of look into, okay, let's try and find a new card, right? And then at that point I'm like, all right, now I'm looking for a new card. What's a good reasonable price that I'd be spending? And if I don't find something on sale on like Prime Day or Cyber Monday or Black Friday or any of those times, if I don't find something that's a good price, I won't buy a card until I can. Right? I'm not going to spend $1,000 on a graphics card. I'm a very cheap person. And the only reason I would ever spend $1,000 on an upgrade is if I truly needed it, like needed it. Like it was a preventative for me to be able to play anything or to do anything. If I had a straight hard stop, like a brick wall where I was like, hey, I cannot play any games. I cannot play anything I want to play because my graphics card is shit, then I would spend the extra money. But until that's a reality, I don't care. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like going from a 3070 Ti to a 5070, like, yeah, it's a big upgrade. But what really are you getting? A little extra FPS? Like, you can still play everything you were playing before, but with just a little more frames. Like, I don't see a need for that. Like, I don't have, you know what I mean? I don't have a bottleneck in the sense of I can't play something. So I don't see a point in like spending the extra money for an upgrade or future proofing when in another year you might just go to a 70, right? And then at that point, like, what was the point of upgrading from the 30 to the 50 for future proofing if you're already going to buy the next one anyway? Yeah, that's another thing too. Is like certain models or certain form factors or just certain batches of certain graphics cards have more issues than others, right? So if your graphics card is shitting the bed, it's dying, you're getting a lot of crashes or, you know, graphical problems or whatever, yeah, it's worth upgrading for sure. But my GPU has given me zero problems. Yeah, I think you were in the same boat as me, G-Train. My 2060, I got when the 30 series was out, and it was like hella on sale for like 250 bucks. And then what's crazy about it was a couple months after I got mine for 250 bucks, the GPUs just like skyrocketed in prices, and it was worth like $1,500. I'm just like, bro, ain't no way spending $1,500 fucking dollars on a 2060. That's just wild. But yeah, to answer your question, the odds of me upgrading, they're moderate, but it's definitely not going to be anytime soon. I definitely will upgrade at some point. It's just the when and to what is the question. Because that's what I don't know. Just really depends on how good my card holds up and the prices of other cards and stuff. Where are we at? Let's hit. So I still have this one to do. I still have this to hit. And then we still have this section to go through. Yeah, so the 2070 Super for the laptops was pretty nice from what I understand, from what people have told me. It's actually supposedly a really good card, the Super. People use it in their desktops as well. Like I said, supposedly it was a really good card overall in general. But yeah, I could see like a big card like that in a laptop having problems with heating. You know, the fan being a problem for sure. Like the fan struggle busing to keep up, and once the fan starts struggle busing, the overall health of the computer starts to be like kind of a question. I could see that definitely being an issue. But that's why I always recommend, like, laptops are cool and all, but that's why I always tell people, like, bro, it's just better just to have like an actual computer at that point. Like, laptops are cool and all, but the positives of actually being on an actual PC far outweigh the potential benefits of a laptop being mobile and, you know, XYZ. Like the benefits from a laptop are far less, in my opinion, than the benefits of an actual computer, because a computer can be upgraded and modified and changed year after year with no real issues. Laptops are kind of just, they are what they are. Not much you can really do for them going forward, you know. So that's why, like, anytime I've ever like talked to somebody like, oh yeah, I'm thinking about getting a computer or blah blah blah, I'm like, yeah, don't get a laptop. You know, it's just like, just don't get a laptop. Like, just one of my pet peeves that people are just like, oh, I'm gonna get a laptop. I'm like, don't get a laptop. Like, but I want one. They're like, but why? Like, what is the honest to God reason why you need a laptop versus a computer? And they're like, well, I need to be able to like move around. I need to be able to like take it with me places and blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay. And you can't bring a tower with you? Just get like a smaller mid-sized tower that is upgradable. And it's relatively light. It's like 20 pounds maybe. And all you need is a monitor. And like, yeah, you have your peripherals. You got to bring. It's a lot more work. Don't get me wrong, because you do have your, you know, your keyboard, your mouse, your monitor, the cables, and the tower itself. Like, it's a lot more. Don't get me wrong. It is. But the upgrade potential is such better. The ease of like maintaining the computer itself, because you can like, you can put a new graphics card in it. You can, oh, your sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Your power supply is dying, or your fan's dying. You can replace them. You can upgrade them. right? You're not stuck. You have options. You have like potential to keep the item around for a lot longer of a period of time, because when something dies, you're not just cucked. Like, yeah, but I can't take it with me. It's like, does it really matter? You know what I mean? Like honestly, how often are you going to be lugging your computer around? Like, are you lugging your computer around daily, weekly, monthly? Like unless you're honestly taking your laptop with you on a daily basis, or like, you know, more than like half the week, right? If like if you're taking your laptop out of the house with you to go to a friend's house to LAN and play video games or whatever more than 3 times a week, then yeah, I can understand that. But if you're honest to God, like once a month, once every couple weeks, maybe once a week, taking your laptop with, or you know, your computer with you to a friend's house to game, it's not worth it. You're better just bringing them like a nice little like 20-inch monitor with a keyboard and a mouse, putting it on a backpack, and just fucking walking to your, you know what I mean, putting it in your car and just calling it a day. It's so much better. Like so much better. It's not fucking worth it, man. No matter how we look at it, it's just not worth it. Because like you said, like once your fan starts to go, or once the RAM's, like you can't upgrade the RAM, you can't upgrade the GPU, you can't, I mean, you can kind of upgrade the hard drive. Like, you know, your CPU fan starts to die, you know, you crack the screen, you mess up the keyboard, like like there's ways to replace the keyboard. You can replace the monitor, you can replace some of the parts on it. But you can't really upgrade it, bro. You can't put a brand new, like, latest and greatest better graphics card in it, you know? Your CPU is just set. Like, you're so limited in the forms of, like, what you can and can't do. Just not worth it. All good. Like I said, I'm just kind of just talking to myself, honestly. Don't feel like you have to respond. All right. I think we went up there and we ran past that. Let's go back up and grab that. Yeah, because I got sidetracked. I went up there and I think I went up here and I went this way because I remembered where I was, and I really ran past the vista. Alright, we're almost done with this map, and then we can do the storyline. We're already 40, so we're halfway to 80, which is huge. We do have a lot more zones to complete for our hero souls. Our hero points. We can actually get our builds up and running. Alright. So we have all the vistas, we have all the hearts, we have all the teleports, we have 2 points of interest, which one is here. I think the other one is going to be probably here. And there's probably 2 hero souls in there. I think that is I think it's right here. I think it's a cave system. Okay, so that's that. Alright, still missing a section. Okay. Missing one point of interest somewhere. Ah, okay. Right. There's one point of interest. Oh, this isn't where we want it to be. Alright, and of course, not over here. Yeah, I think this is the one we need to go underneath. I already went underneath and I just didn't go far enough, I guess. Yeah, it was down here and I went left. I came here and I stopped there. That was my mistake. Get out of here. I'm gonna go hit the last point of interest. Hit the last hero soul. And then do the quest. Why does that look so wonky? It's like throwing rocks everywhere. What the hell's going on over there? Huh, interesting. And that's done. All right. Pretty confident about this. This will give us our last hero soul. And we'll have another zone complete. So that's like 2 zones in 1 day. Oops. Yeah, so two zones. And I mean, we only got 2 quests done. Well, technically 3. We didn't get a lot of quests done, but at least we got the hero souls done. I mean, the 2 zones done. The zones, I think, were more important because it gives us more fast travel points, stuff like that. Fast travel points are really nice to have. We can do events and come back for other quests. Oh no. Bro, there better not be a fucking captain walking out on me. Okay. I avoided him. Bro, did you just piss off the captain and walk him in here with me? Alright. Pretty happy about this progression for today. 2 map completions. Got a bunch of levels too. That's pretty huge for us. Now, go do the quest. Oh, I don't know what a utility skill is. I really don't.
Bad news, Harold. Looks like the Orions got here first.
Okay, it's none of those.
I'm following you.
Okay, Q worked. I don't know if C worked. V did not.
Get over here and help me.
That was a nice bit of dancing, but we'll need the Lion Guard if we want to set this place on
Progress
fire.
leads to perfection.
Fire the cannons. We've only got one chance at this, so make your shots count.
Lion Guard.
Prepare these gates and support the ground troops.
All right. Alright, so we gotta do a bunch of crafting, it looks like. We gotta get a discipline. And then we got to craft an item, and then we gotta earn a crafting level. I'm not opposed to this. I just need to know. I gotta figure out what crafting profession I want to do. I want to be able to make relics. I also want to be able to make gear for the character. Maybe I focus on jewel crafting, maybe? Yo, what up? Soldier, so I find it funny that people in World of Warcraft and people in Guild Wars think Ironman means permadeath. If you look at any game ever that has official servers or official modes like that, they're all called hardcore. So I don't understand where the community makes this logic up of calling permadeath Ironman, because all Ironman means is you can't trade players. So to answer your question, no, I'm allowed to die. But it's because I'm playing Iron Man, not hardcore Iron Man. Hardcore Iron Man would mean I couldn't die. But Iron Man just means I can't trade players or use the auction house. Does that make sense? I don't, like I said, I found it on the forums the other day where they're like, oh yeah, I played an Iron Man playthrough and these are the rules, and it's like, I can't die. And I'm like, that's not what Iron Man means. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, back in the day, World of Warcraft, that's what they claimed Iron Man meant in World of Warcraft. But it's not. Right? You look at any other game in the entire world, permadeath means hardcore. Right? Even if you look at WoW now, their official stance, their official server is hardcore. Not called Iron Man. It's called hardcore. I don't know, just it's kind of one of those things, like, why? Like, why do people think Iron Man means permadeath? It just doesn't make any sense. In a game like this, permadeath doesn't make sense, because if you go into world versus world, you're going to die. If you do any type of PvP, you're going to die. So you can't expect to 100% this game without dying. It's impossible. You have to die at some point. Whether it's during a world boss, whether it's during a raid, a fractal, like, you're going to die at some point because somebody messed up, right? If you're in a raid and the tank messes up, you wipe, you die, you have to start over. Now, don't get me wrong, that there is potential to that, right? Like, that's why hardcore World of Warcraft makes sense, right? Raiding as a hardcore World of Warcraft player, that's insane. That's huge, like, you know, bragging rights to them. I get it. But being permadeath and doing any type of PvP doesn't make sense. Literally doesn't make sense. Where am I heading to? What's our map completion looking like? Are we like 30% yet? 20%. We're struggling.
I feel the call, but the thought of leaving the grove both thrills and terrifies me.
We can learn.
Whisper agents report a strange creature leading the attack on Overlake.
Alright, I am curious. Alright, so what? Alright, so it has to be an armor class.
Wise decision. Retract the
So I need to do armoring, leatherworking, or tailoring.
there and we'll infiltrate.
Onward.
Be able to make relics, which is fine. Just don't know what armor type this character rocks. It looks like he's rocking light armor. He's light armor. Okay, so it looks like we're going to make a tailorer on this guy. How many professions can I do? Like, can I have equipped at a time? Two active. Okay, so all right, so if I can have two, that means I could do jewel crafting and tailoring. That's pretty cool. Where would I learn that? I'm assuming I could do that in like line arts probably. I can probably do it here too. All right, we only have 15 or a few minutes left. Need to get to line art. All right, where are the profession people at? I'd like to pick up tailoring.
Excelsior.
Did I learn it? Okay. What do we do?
Oh, very satisfying. A new little planet. Fast as the wind.
Like it says, train one crafting discipline. Is this not a crafting discipline?
How can I help? Oh, very satisfying.
Whatever. I have to craft, but I don't understand a select crafting discipline. Am I not? Did I not select one by learning tailoring? Oh, this is using both. Oh, that makes sense. Why can't I use this one? Oh, it requires 50. Okay.
Our deeds are reflected in the dreams.
Might as well just finish this up then. Because 50 is our next goal. And then we just need to get a bunch more, and then we can actually do these.
Excelsior.
Alright, so the question now remains. I'll put that in the bank.
Fast as the wind.
Greetings.
How are your endeavors progressing?
Agent Scratch, engage sneaky.
Alright, so we can sell some of this stuff.
How may I assist you?
Let me hit the bank really quick to throw that away.
May the stars guide you.
Oh yeah, we don't have any bank space for it.
Need something?
Okay, we'll just take these out. I don't have to deal with it. I'm already holding on to them anyway. Need to use these. Alright, how do we select discipline? I don't understand. Didn't I do that? I learned tailoring. Maybe I'll do the jeweler while we're at it too. Maybe that'll fix it. Okay, that fixed it. Okay. Alright, so we got the jeweler as well. Alright, let's see, what can we do as a jeweler though? Oh, so we can make copper ingots. Okay, I'm okay with that. Oh, we do need more copper then at that point. We probably gotta get to like 25 or something. Alright, so at least that's done. Alright, so now we gotta dodge attacks, it looks like. Storyline. Enemy factions? Interesting. This shouldn't be too hard. This shouldn't be too hard. And then dodging attacks that'll just happen. Alright. This. Then we will sell a few things. And we can just do a couple more quests, maybe. As long as it doesn't bring it. I mean, if it brings us a new zone, it brings us a new zone. It's not a big deal. Hold on to the iron for now, because we're probably going to hit iron soon. Alright. Alright. Where are we going for our quest now? I got about 30 minutes. I'm gonna try and get a couple things done. Or we call it a night. Really gotta get to work. I was really lazy last week and I didn't do any workouts. I did a little bit of stuff, but I didn't do like a true workout. I just did body weight stuff, you know, squats and push-ups, things like that. I just did simple maintenance stuff. Didn't actually put any like effort in. So I need to go actually do a decent full body workout today, just so I feel
There you are, Harold.
a little less scummy.
Putting together our disguises. With
That gave us a lot of levels.
won't
It was to
be
46.
terrible, Silvari. Ready?
Why is my mouse at the bottom of the screen?
Yar.
Ooh. Oh, shitballs.
You ought to know. I don't go easy on anyone. Fight like a moth, newcomer. Stand still. Good fight. I think I'm getting winded. Better wrap this up.
Thanks, mate.
You're one tooth-rattling brawler, stranger. Go tell Dola you helped me out. And feel free to come back for more.
Weapons are so unwieldy. Hey, don't look at me like that. This sword is just a tool.
Ugh.
You got it open! What? It's empty? Ah, stupid Fraggle. Get out of my face! Go tell Dola you helped me and then leave me alone.
Impressive code cracking, Harold. You'd be a great help to the Order of Whispers.
Oh. Yeah, maybe we get a little bit of ab workout in, a little bit of legs, a little upper body. I should be able to get a little bit of everything in. Probably take us about an hour. Be a nice little workout session.
Burnt
Ugh.
mo! I don't know how they can eat that
Hey,
stuff.
you lot. We need moas for the stew. Go find them.
I've never been very good with insults. I guess I'm just shy.
Stay away from me.
Thorns and brambles. Jack took off. Chase him down. After that mustached man thing?
Oh. Man.
home. Don't stay away. Help me. Help! I expect they're all having a good laugh at my expense.
Okay, that's taken care of.
Want to compete in the tournament? That's adorably stupid. Why compete when we can just rig it?
You have no honor, Kai. All this needs is a show of force. Once Wayne realizes he's outmatched, he'll give up the sword.
You say honor.
Oh my god, stop talking.
I've got them, and you don't.
Hey you, Jesus. Okay, and then from here. Alright, so here's where we run into our next part. So I feel like we have a two-part here. I don't know if this is on the edge in here or in here. Looks like it's here. I kind of want to complete both of these zones. Did we finish all the zones down here though? Because like this is Queensdale, and this zone here, and this zone here. What's that? This one is 1, 2, 3, 4. What's this one? I think eventually it's tainted this as well, but I think we did finish all of this. That's not too terrible. Yeah, so I think we're good here. I think we need to do this part now. So I think here's what we'll do. Finish off the night. I think we'll go and do the city. And then tomorrow we'll do the 2 zones out here. Let's do the middle first. Then we'll do the outside last. I feel like the outside isn't as many things. Mostly about the inside. Teleporters, fast travels.
No. Is that what we do when our backs to the wall?
Let's go down. I think we did everything on the top floor. Let's go down.
Where should we go next? Carnival in the Commons? Snowman
Oh! Alright, we got it. I was like, God! What we discovered! And then we gotta get up here. It's a little cheating that I had the movement speed from the mastery, but oh. Alright, go and get this fast travel. Yeah, 47 though. I think we started like 28 today. I think getting like 20 levels today is pretty solid. How to get to that? Just off the top of my head. I think this is one of those we have to fall down onto ones. This one's a little confusing. Don't know how to do this one. Yeah, I don't know how to do this one. Pretty sure I cheese this one because I don't understand this one. That works. All right.
We have some questions.
Come on. Hold me in.
Hi there. How are you doing? Good. You? Fine, thanks. All right, fisters are done. I think we're almost up to fast travels too. We had a couple more on the edge, and we had a couple more points of interest. We're almost done with this zone. Oh my god. Stop getting stuck on everything. Drives me insane how he gets stuck on literally everything. All right, one more fast travel. All right, last fast travel. One up there, one down there. I should have went to the one below me first, but it's fine. Alright, we got this map done, and then, like I said, we can mosey around on the outside one for the last like 15 minutes of stream, or we can just call it a little early. I'm down for either. Oh, this is the zone we're gonna be at a lot anyway. We're gonna come in here a bunch for quests anyway. I don't technically need to learn this one, but alright. Zone is done. takes care of all of that. And then head out, start doing a few of these. Oh.
On my guard.
Alright, that is done. Across.
Best time to pick an apple is right before it falls. Too soon and it's tart. Too late and it's bruised.
What up, Zenny? New name. I have no idea who you are based off of your new name. Couldn't tell you. I want to say it's Z. Okay, that's what I thought. I know you took a break for a while and you had the Discord thing going on for a while. Wasn't sure like when or if you were coming back. You gonna be playing PoE this coming up league? Starts this weekend. You don't think so? Alright, sounds good. Again, Righteous Fire has gotten wild last couple leagues. Gotcha. Yeah, PoE has gotten kind of wild last couple leagues. Nice. Is there your old laptop? Struggle bus to play PoE. That was rough. But it's crazy. I've obviously still on the Righteous Fire grind myself. But some of the new additional items that have come out in the game has made Righteous Fire kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, I play by myself most of the time. So, I don't rely upon other people. I just kind of smash stuff and have fun. D4 is a cool game. I got really bored of it really fast because it's kind of cookie. It's kind of cookie cutter. Like you play a barb, you play a barb build, right? There's no in betweens. It's not like I can play like wizard skills on a bar, or a barbarian, so to say. I mean, yeah, I know what I'm doing because I've been playing it for 10 years, right? You're still relatively new to it, and like anybody that's new to like the game, I just recommend stick to one thing and learn one thing at a time, Stick to Righteous Fire and just play it the same way you did before and then learn something new. Add something new to it. Or learn a new like league mechanic every league. That's pretty much all I could really recommend to any new players. The only way you're gonna learn and get better at the game. RF for life, exactly. I mean, playing by yourself is really easy, even if you don't know what you're doing. As long as you stick to like one simple thing. You go into a map and you smash it. Right? You figure out how to grind yourself to T16 maps. And you focus on T16 map farming. Right? As long as you can T16 map farm, you can make currency, you can upgrade your gear, you can get better, and you can pick an aspect of the Atlas tree that you want to, learn and work on. Like, you want to learn Harvest, dive into Harvest one league. You want to learn Heist one league, dive into Heist. Now you kind of just take it one piece at a time. Like I said, with the changes to the way the game is working right now, let me tell you, making currency has become much easier. Gearing your character has become much easier. Just, the game overall is just a lot smoother for solo newer players. It's crazy different. Like this expansion or this DLC alone that's coming out this weekend, they changed the way sockets work. The first time they've done this. So they removed the requirement for socket colors. So now you can 6-link, 6-socket, anything you want, and they show up as white sockets. And then you can use chromes, which are very rare now. Now they're like really rare to get chromatic orbs and stuff like that. To change the colors from whites to, blue, red, or green. And only thing that that does, getting the corresponding correct color, it gives quality to the gem that's socketed. As long as the quality or the gem that's socketed in the color matches the corresponding color, it gives it quality. So if you have a green socket and you put a blue in there, he doesn't get quality, right? But they're all white, so they start off standardly white. So now getting 6 links are going to be very easy, but to min-max getting chromes to get extra quality on your gems is kind of like what you're shooting for in the in-game, right? So that changes a lot when it comes to gearing alone. And then they change the quality or quantity of currencies that drop. So currencies drop a lot more frequently now. Talk him into playing again. I said worst case scenario is if you want to play and no one wants to play, you can always come and hang out and chat with us and we can guide you in the right direction, give you, information and point you in the way that you need to go to get to make currency or build your build or whatever it is you're trying to do. Like we usually do, right? Yeah, not Braum. Not Braum. What I assumed. But we're getting ready to get off here in just a second here, Z. So we will be back on tomorrow. Once again, same old, same old. Oh, I mean, at least the game's free. And at the end of the day, if they like, you know, ARPGs, you know, worth them learning. Oh, you just ended your stream? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, it's not a big deal to raid me, honestly. Like, I just kind of chill out anyway. Loves you. Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, if the problem is like, there's two types of people. What up, Zod? I traded my soul for... no. So we're talking about Path of Exiles, and I thought you were going to make a funny about Path of Exiles isn't free. You got to trade your left testicle for any type of bank space or anything. Yeah, so you have two types of people there. You have the people that love ARPGs and the freedom they bring of putting builds together and trying new things, which caters towards Path of Exiles players. But then you also have the ARPG players that enjoy the kind of straightforward, kind of cookie cutter style of like, there's a little bit of wiggle room and like min-maxing the build and like coming up with a new like way of doing the same exact thing everybody else is doing, but there's no variety of like, okay, I'm playing a barb, but I'm playing a wizard at the same, you know, I'm using spells as a melee character, right? There's like, it's more straightforward cookie cutter. So that's why D4 caters to certain people while PoE caters to others. PoE is so much more complicated and so much more in depth that it really just alienates 90% of the ARPG population, and that's why the people that hate PoE usually like D4, and usually the people that like D4, it's a coin flip if they like PoE, because like I said, it really depends on the type of player they are. Some people play D4 because it's more turn your brain off, put the pedal to the metal and smash stuff. PoE is more thought oriented. Bro, I have like 10,000 hours in the game and I've never seen a mirror. Yeah, so if he likes creativity and customizing and like min-maxing things, he might really like PoE, but he needs to get past the overwhelming information overload that the game is. That's what really shuts everybody out of PoE, is they open up the passive tree and they get completely overwhelmed and they turn the game off. 99% of the player base that tries PoE that quits before the first 1,000 hours, that's why they quit. So if that doesn't turn him off, then he probably will like it. And he might dive in head first and kind of lose thousands of hours of his life. All right, mate. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a good one. See ya. And that's me too, Z. Like, that's why I play so many different games and I'm always like changing what game I'm playing and stuff. Is because the enjoyment for me when it comes to video games is learning something new. And that's why PoE was so fun for me when I started playing it. And it still is fun for me. Because I just love to learn new stuff, figure things out, and try new things. And yeah, don't get me wrong, after fucking 10,000 hours of playing in 10 years, like, I still look at other people's guides and other people's things that they're doing, because I don't have the willpower to sit down and manually test everything myself. I want to see what other people are doing, what seems to be working, and then kind of modify it to suit what I like. It's kind of like a little easier for me to transition. But I gather all that information, I use all that information to compile it into one lump sum, and I share my information across the board to other players, you know? Usually why I just I always play the same thing and just have fun. Yeah. Oh, I mean, like I said, he probably doesn't like it. If he's played it before and he doesn't play it now, and he, you know, it's not like a go-to game for him, he probably wasn't a huge fan of it. But the question then becomes, when was the last time they played it, right? Because PoE is a lot different this year than it was last year, and last year was night and day difference. Of course you're in that. But the game changes so often and so vigorously. Like, you can't even compare the games from year to year. Such a night and day difference. Alright, we need this copper, so I'm just picking it up so we can work on the profession. But either way, Zod, I appreciate you coming in, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Hope you're having a good day. We are going to be getting off here in a minute. I normally get off by now, but Z came in. I haven't talked to Z in a while, so I was trying to catch up for a little bit before I called it a night. I got to go get my workout in and get my relax in before the wife gets up. Gonna get my anime grind in. You probably can't even hear me anyway. I'm probably just talking to myself because she's in an ad, you're in an ad, and no one can fucking hear me.
I'll pass this along to the pale tree.
Yeah, well, the problem for me, Zod, is I play DGen hours for the US. So it is now 5 a.m. for me. So I play from midnight to 5 a.m. And like you said, for Australian people, that's morning for you guys. Right? And then my EU people, I'm catching them in the middle of their day. Like, it's like lunchtime for them. It's just like, I hit like so many weird time frames. I hit early morning for Australia. I hit lunchtime for friggin' EU, and I hit sleeping time for NA players.
That's how you block an attack. Again.
You'll never block me like that. Try raising your shield just as I launch my attack.
I blocked. So confused.
You'll never block me like that. Try raising your shield just as I launch my attack.
Of course, I use it, and then when he's not attacking me. And then it's on cooldown when he tries to attack me. Like right there. I just use it again. Oh! Love of God!
You'll never block me.
Mother!
Raising your shield just as I launch my attack.
I don't like this one. Oh, that's another dude. I didn't know that was an actual dude. I was like, bro, why is the guy moving away from me?
Good. That's how you block an attack.
Welcome back, Z.
You'll never block me like that. Try raising your shield just as I launch my attack.
Yeah, it reminds me of PlanetSide 2. I'm not much of a PvPer. I don't really PvP in like any game I play. But World versus World reminds me of PlanetSide, where you got 3 factions all fighting for territory simultaneously. And like that's usually what ends up happening. You got one team that's just getting dicked on, and the other teams that are just zerging them down. Oh, it's like the side background ads probably. Yeah. But basically what I was saying, Z, was I'm assuming if he's played it before and he doesn't currently play it very often, if ever, and you know nothing about it, he probably doesn't like it, or he didn't like it. And the one thing I would say is if he doesn't like it, or he says he doesn't like it, I would find out the last time he played it, because I'm not gonna lie to you, the game changes so fiercely every like year. Last year's game was nothing compared to what it is now, and the year before that was completely different than the year before that. Like it's just like a night and day difference. It's like trying to go back and play Black Desert Online after not playing it for 5 years. Like it's fucking completely different game. So I would say if he hasn't played it for at least a year or two, it's worth coming back to and trying again. Especially if like the reason he stopped playing was because he didn't know what he was doing, or it was too complicated, or he had no one to play with, or whatever his reasoning is. Like, it's so easy now. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was gonna say too. Is like, it just really depends on what the reasoning is, because if the reason is he just gets sucked into D4 and he never finds time to play, then I mean, there's not much you can do about that, It is what it is. But you won't know until you ask. And if he's not interested, he's not interested. Man, don't gotta fight him on it. But you can always come in and experience it with me. Just come watch it, see what it looks like, see if it's different. Oh, he doesn't want to get sucked in? Oh god, then you probably don't want to try and get him into PoE. If he's trying to avoid getting sucked in, Because that's the problem with PoE is once you start going down that rabbit, it's like a YouTube rabbit hole. It's like once you start, you can't stop. It's like Pringles. But anyway, I'm about 10 minutes past when I was going to get off. I think I'm going to get off here in a second. I need to go and get my workout in and stuff. I think we're going to log out right Hizzle and call it a day. Yeah, nice to catch you for the first time in a while. Like I said, I'll be on tomorrow. If you're around, I'll see you then. If not, hey, go to the Discord. Like I said, the league starts this weekend, so starting Monday, I'll be PoEing. So if you want to drop in and kind of explore, feel free. Have a good one. I appreciate you. Take it easy. Talk to you later. If anybody hasn't joined the Discord, want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask, don't be a dick. If you ever any gaming questions, ever need any help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. And if you ever need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to do it. Just at me. Also, if you guys haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate that. Just go over to the About Me. It's click on the little link and bring you over to the YouTube. This is where we save all our VODs too. If you can give me any support over there, I'd appreciate that as well. If you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch a stream, that's the best place to do it. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you guys had a good day. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a good rest of your day. Hope see you guys tomorrow. See you. Bye. Thank you.